Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Wednesday, May the 26th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses will help me know if you can hear me and if you can see my screen. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, great. Well, guys, it's going to be hard to talk about anything else other than GME and AMC right now. So, if you were in the room yesterday, you know that AMC and GME towards the end of the day had huge runs, and I said that I would hold AMC if it finished well, and look what it did. It definitely finished well. I still have it. I'm in here around, I think it was 1505, and so just watching this to see if it can take out 18 again. GME, of course, is surging also. Well, yesterday I said, it wasn't so much of a joke, but I just said, this $200 was a real magnet, and man, oh man, look what happened. Once it got through 200, it held, and now it's surging again. So again, it's going to be a little hard to concentrate on other things today, but there are, well, before I move on to other non-WSB stocks, take a look at MVIS. MVIS, guys, could, if I've got an alert set right up here, 1676. What did it get up to? It got up to 1649 or so this morning. Okay, so you can see right there that 1646, that is a few weeks ago. That is the high. Kind of see if it can take that out. Look what could happen. So there is MVIS. The other one I was kind of watching was KOSS. Don't like the daily as much as the other ones, but nonetheless, with that crazy low float, again, anything could happen. And there are other things happening. So let's take a look. LRMR, in a normal day, I'd be probably all over this one. LRMR. You know what? I'm just noticing now it is not short. Oh, it is shortable. Just popped in again. So how many shares are available? Not that I'm not the one to do it right now. But LRMR, one of those bios, it has just been absolutely thumped. It's an all-time low now. And loss of FDA has put it on clinical hold. So their drug, it sounds like they only have one drug. So terrible news for LRMR. Don't think I've really seen this one before. Another low float situation. Not a huge amount of volume. For that move down 43%, not a huge amount of volume. LOTZ. This is a big gap down for this one also, 19%. Big volume, 1.5 million shares. Headline I saw was temporary loss of partner. So that is LOTZ. Nordstrom's, JWN, is an earnings play and is gapping down on earnings. Big gap down, guys. I mean, right here, what is it now? 33.89. What's the low right there? 33.42. Boy, if it takes out that 34.42 area, it has still some room to run down. So that is Nordstrom's, JWN. PTIX. I'm not sure I saw any specific news on it. PTIX. I know it ran after hours yesterday, a little bit after hours, and it's holding. Again, it's the gap. 311 was the high yesterday, so it's just a little bit below that high. If you look left, you can see how much room it's got to get to that 422 area. Another low float. And again, when I say that, I'm not saying it's getting there. I'm just saying, when you look at a daily chart, kind of check to see where the next highs are. Another low float situation. Yes, and the PIRS from yesterday, that had a great run at the end of the day. It didn't look like it was going to do much here, but then all of a sudden at the end of the day, and then it continued after hours yesterday. This is after hours, got up to 576. So kind of holding, PIRS. It's not shortable for me. LPCN, big gap down for LPCN. And they have lost a court ruling. So that is, they're going to appeal it, of course, but that is the reason for the big gap down for LPCN. Look at this one. Go to GOTU, GOTU. Big gap down on earnings. Released earnings, pre-market. There is the reaction. So this is an all-time low. Urban, URBN. So we had it wrong yesterday. We had it that earnings were before the market opened yesterday, and the earnings were after hours yesterday. Anyway, big move. I mean, look at this, 11%. Not a huge float, 60 million in the float. Probably coming into some resistance in this area on that daily chart. DYAI is a virus play, India virus play. Now it's already gapped up, or it hit 523, so it's pulled back almost $1. So this is shortable for me. 19 million in the float. NBRV, NBRV. Big gap up for it. I'm not sure I see any news. Yes, I do see some news. Are trading higher after the company announces top line results from phase 3 trial. So it is a phase 3 trial. NVRV. That one is not shortable for me. ANF. Abercrombie and Fitch. This is an earnings play. This is pretty good, actually. Look at this, a big 7% gap, 61 million. There's the area right there. You can see, what's the high right there? It's 40.91, so it's just and 40.82, so it's just a little bit above those highs. You know, if it maintains that, it has a shot to get to that 43.50 area right up here in that daily chart. And last but not least, here's a more expensive one, ZS. Zscaler, big gap up for it on earnings. Big gap up. And this one is starting to move. I think this is on my watch list. SALB. Yeah, it's on my watch list. Let's see what happens with this one. SCLB. This is starting to move. Had a big move after hours. And this one is starting to move a little bit also. This Inspired Entertainment, INSE. So let's see what could happen if it could take out these levels here around 11. It's got some room, INSE. It's a low float, 15.5 million in the float. Just wanted to see if, okay, they've priced a secondary offering at 925. So it's above the offering price, INSE. So they've done an offering and it's at 925. So that's pretty. That's a big jump off the offering price. Yeah, 925 a share. I just wanted to make sure of that. All right. Going to do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. And just give me a moment here. Just got to load something. Okay, so we have a few upgrades, few downgrades. Let me just get a few of them in. SELB is moving, guys. SELB. Keep hearing her say SLEB in my ear. All right, there are some of the upgrades. Look at the downgrades in now. Ha! B. Riley downgrading AMC, the nerve of them. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Somebody asked about Tiger, TIGR. Huge day yesterday. I mean, look at the volume yesterday. Look at that volume, 30 million earnings play. Could continue. Yeah, I mean, could be a continuation play. The high yesterday was what, 2105. So, you know, if it takes that out, it has a shot to get up to this area. So it could be a continuation play today. Boy, this is just ugly. GOTU, just ugly, ugly, ugly. How are the other ones doing? TAL, let's see if, so TAL is weakening also. EDU, overseas rallied yesterday on the denial that they were going to block whatever they do. The Chinese government was going to block them. And then they denied that yesterday. What is the bad news for TAL? You know, I mean, what I'm trying to say, is there more news out saying now the government refutes what they said yesterday after refuting what they said the day before? I don't know. I'm just keeping an eye on AMC. See if you can pop through that 18. There's the area. 1725 was the area that I thought it might struggle at, but it didn't struggle really. But if it gets down towards, you know, that area, I'm looking maybe to take some out as it's basing. And I don't know how much further this is going to go. 2056, 2058, or 2048 or so. 2036 is the high up here during that that crazy week of the 25th of January, when trading changed forever. Now there was a really cheap one that I saw. I know some of you. What was it? ITB? Was it ITB? No, it was IT something or the little paper company, I think. A lot of volume. Oh, it's ITP. It's staring at me right here. ITP. You know, I mean, I don't look at anything under $1, but for those of you who do, lots of volume. 9 million, 9.5 million, up 30%. ITP. Officially obtains FDA approval. For surgical mask products. Okay, there is the news for ITP. Cost is on the move here, guys. It's again, I don't love this daily, but you know, you gotta respect that float. 2.7 million in the float. This is probably the lowest float of all those Reddit stocks. So you got to be awfully careful. Decent spread right now, only a 9-cent spread. Well, just expanded to 19 cents, but not a terrible spread. I've seen worse. All right, AMC, little move over 18. Ija, I'm going to predict what you're going to say next, and I'll be honest if it's not correct. Boy, this LRMR, guys, LRMR. I know it's already down a whack, but 43%, but we've seen this before. Once this market opens, obviously it's an all-time low, so there's nothing holding it up. The only thing that's going to get this going up is just some bottom feeding, I guess, but other than that, there's nothing holding this up. It's a lifetime low. No, I can't, Bobby. I'm waiting for Ija to say what I think he's going to say. This is in the YouTube room. Okay, Emily, good morning. Say good morning to William for us also, please. There we go, Ija. Okay, so I cannot tell a lie. I was 100% convinced you were going to mention PIRS. And you did. You didn't fail me. And let's see, what else am I looking at? Just as I can see that, let's see, what's Bitcoin doing right now? Okay, so a bit of a rally, I guess. Occupy, let's take a look at OCUP. Okay, so first of all, yeah, there's no volume yet, so hard to know. Yeah, I mean, I have no idea what it's going to do. I mean, it's at not quite the lifetime lows, but I guess that's a lifetime low over here, 368. It's hard to know. I mean, it's just sort of sitting here right now. Unless, it needs a news catalyst, obviously, to get this thing pumping, moving right now. So unless there's a news catalyst, I always look at things like this. I mean, unless there's volume, unless there's a news catalyst, you're just sort of, it's like parking your money. It's like a parking lot. You're just parking it, and it's not going to do anything unless there's a news catalyst. Yeah, that was before the GME and the AMC expansions yesterday, Paradox. Okay, guys, I am going to minimize these windows now, get set for the open. Before I do that, okay, that one, the pre-market active's up and the pre-market active's down, and the gap up and gap down. This is what I use in the pre-market, okay, to take a look at the things that are active in the pre-market. Part of the scans that I'm sharing, I'm going to my home page. The CLB, guys, is holding for what their earnings play is, guys. Didn't mention this one, DKS. Nice earnings play for DKS. This is an all-time high, DKS. We'll have to wait for the market to open, Hamada. I mean, there's no support for it, LMNR. The only issue with it is that it might be difficult to get because of the uptick rule. I was toying with the idea of taking it pre-market. But, it's having a little bit of a pop here. What I was looking for was maybe a big move down, another big move down. But so that's the only issue. It might be difficult to get. Just a minute, please. I'll be right back. Urban on the move, guys. Urban on the move. It actually had an upgrade also. So Urban on the move, URBN. Big area to try to take out right up here. I mean, there's the high looking left is 39.58, so that's at 39.44. The next high looking left after that is 40.11. So that's got it's not that far away. I mean, you can see if it can take out 40. It's got some room. Some room. All right, everybody, we're going to open in less than 10 seconds. So let's have a great trading day today, everybody. Here we go. So again, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Let things settle down a little bit. There's the volume coming into PTIX, and it's just above yesterday's high, I believe, 310. Yes, so I mean, it's got the room. The next high looking left is 344, and after that, you're talking 420. So I don't see any specific news on it. Okay, guys, I have traded out some of my AMC, noticing some weakness there. Wow, Urban, look at Urban go, guys. URBN. Now it's early, but this was the area. Excuse me. And it popped through that. Doesn't have that much room on a percentage basis. I mean, you know, it's got room to get to that 41, 42 mark, but yeah, Nordstrom's is, I mean, right here, I mean, there's room now. Just looking here at that daily chart. You know, it's at these levels right here. I mean, if it can really hold underneath that, then you've got a shot to get down to 29 for Nordstrom's. Again, for me, it's early. It's just too early. I think these things happen, you know, they whip up and down first 15 minutes, so. All right, AMC right back up. Okay, well, let's see. Stick an alert. The high here, 1819. Well, AMC and GME just exploded. GME just exploded. Look at the volume that came in. Look at that volume. AMC. See, look at the bottoming tail, topping tail. So a little indecision right now. All right, guys, I broke my rules. I broke my rules. You probably know what I did. Those who have been in this room a long time, you probably, wow. You probably know what I did. The intriguing thing to me on the short for L, now the spread is terrible right now, but the intriguing thing was the ability to get it immediately. I didn't think I'd be able to get it with it being down 48% because of that uptick rule. So I just wanted to see if I could get it, and man, I got filled immediately. Yeah, so I've taken it out, okay, because now that I didn't like the spread. I mean, it got down to 707 or something, but the spread was not great. So now what I'm going to do with it is follow it after the first 15 minutes and see what happens. No, no, I was already long AMC. No, no, no. Talking about LRMR. That's the spread's got to tighten up a bit. Now, GME guys just has earnings tomorrow, such as they're going to be pre-market. Um, I more than likely will not hold AMC overnight, just in case it gets too affected by whatever they're going to come out with. That's my plan anyway. All right, Funko, FNKO on the move. Also, Funko on the move. I think this is a Reddit stock also. One of the I think. I can't remember anymore. There's so many of them now. I think that day right there when it went from 21 to 25, I think that has something to do with the Wall Street bets guys. So the high right there is 27. And that would be, maybe not an all-time high. No, I guess not an all-time high. I guess the all-time highs are up here. But approaching. No, I did not. I'm not in GME. It's AMC that I'm playing. I'm not in GME. If you can believe it, well, I'm sure you can believe it. One of the reasons why I went AMC is just because, I mean, yes, it's a WSB play, of course it is, but with the reopening in your country, the U.S., I mean, you would have to think that the theaters are going to get back over the next few months, few weeks, whatever. So there were maybe some fundamental reasons too. That was it. I haven't even looked at the SPY. So NASA's up, Dow's up, SPY's up, but we're starting to move down. There's about an hour, not quite an hour, excuse me, of the 15-minute candles moving down, not quite an hour. Oh, I agree. It's probably not great, but I'm just looking, there are maybe some small fundamentals at play for AMC that I don't see with GME at all. I mean, GME though is the darling, no question. But no, I didn't even see it. Yeah, nice. Yes, you're right. Nice, nice pop immediately. Probably could be coming into some resistance for the OMI. The MVIS is intriguing if it can take out, this area right here. I have a price alert right there, around 1676. Again, it's been chopping all over the place first 15 minutes. If it can take out 1676, you can see why. There's the high of that day, which is May the 4th. Okay, so I saw this is an early one. Don't typically get too many early ones from the options scanner. GGB, not bad, not great though. I mean, Looking left here, 631 or so. 630 is the next high looking left. I mean, if it can take this out, great, but look at go to, guys. Go TU. What a mess this one is. Try to shake things up, changing symbol names, maybe get that, should have changed names though, get rid of that JSX. Said that yesterday. Boy, the microvision, the only problem is, I mean, you can't take it, just because it breaks it, I'm not saying you take the trade, but you know, the longer it moves like this, look at the volume, and if it takes this out, and holds over this area, I mean, look at the potential for MVIS. And I'll be waiting for my gap continuation and reverses. Nothing will happen until 9:45 at least. And nothing happens in these two windows, should have mentioned that before I open. Nothing happened in these two windows until at least 9:45. These windows will start to give you some alerts early. Wow, MVIS, so it's above that high. I can't bring myself to take it yet though. You know, it poked, well, I guess it didn't get there. Look at that. I mean, it got right to the penny. And then it stopped. Here's that blue line. Possible. I mean, let's see. Yeah, so it does trade options. Number one, it does trade options. It's going to, well, it's interesting because the option volume, it probably will not show up. The 3,000 options will show up. I mean, that was my minimum, but it also has to be 300%. Now it's going to pick up as the day proceeds, but you know, it's only right now 42%. Doesn't mean you can't, you know, trade it, but it probably will not trigger in my gap up and goes or gap down and reverse. So, you know, I didn't dive into that press release exactly. All it said was, you know, the headline, the temporary loss of a partner that they've got. But obviously, temporary loss is devastating right now. When you look at what's happened. Yeah, look at TCAT, guys. So did you guys read anything this morning about GME and, you know, being an NFT play? We're talking about that, the other guys at Trade Ideas, we're talking about that this morning, that maybe, you know, watching then these NFTs. Oops. I don't know why it would have been destroyed by Reddit. I mean, there was legitimate news. There we go. Thank you, Kessa. There you go. Quietly announces NFT. Yes. All right, so here is the first one, and we have NBRV is a gap up and go. All right, now the pre-market highs, I like to see it take out the pre-market highs, but it's got room. 233 is the next high looking left, and that is probably, yeah, just about where it got to this morning, pre-market high. It's the next high looking left on the weekly chart. Takes that out, that 237. It has a shot to get to the 3 levels. Gordon, you're gonna wait until 12, okay? I don't want to steer you wrong. Wait until noon. You can ask Michael all those questions, okay? I guess it doesn't matter what we say about your sort of auto trading or one-click trading when you're new. So ask Michael those questions, okay? Actually, a few earnings plays, guys. So SKY, SKY is an earnings play. Not too much volume yet. Excuse me. This looks like an all-time high for SKY. Skyline Champion Core. How's DLPN doing? DLPN. That's the other, that's the one sort of linked with HOFV. IDCC. Excuse me. Yeah, way out of the price range I like, but yeah, big pop this morning. I don't know why exactly. But it's, yeah, I mean, I don't know what else to say. Low float. Well, here's the deal, guys. 30 million in the float for a $77 stock. That is really low. So you got to be careful trying to trade something like this. That's my opinion. Spread's not terrible. Only 17 cents for with that float. That's not bad. All right, so I do see Mara and Riot in the gap up and go. I have a tough time with these, but I have a tough time. And to be honest, I'd rather, I like that scan better for shorting, not for, especially with the market doing this, guys. I mean, now that look at what the market's doing. So I know you guys were talking about BBW. It's an earnings play. Yeah, these in the gap up and go. 1123 was the trigger. I mean, this could be interesting. Let's take a look. Excuse me. Let's take a look looking left. The next high looking left is 1135, so that's close. After that is 1190, and that's on the monthly chart. So, you know, I mean, look, if it takes 1135, it's got a shot to get to the 12 level. All right, guys, so this is potentially the last day for the big promo that we've got on, the 25% off. I'm going to pop this in right now. Supposed to expire tonight, today's Wednesday, yes, 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time, okay? It is supposed to expire tonight. And again, there is the promo code to use, Test Drive 25 for 25% off. The first month only, or the entire year. Popping that into our YouTube room also. And as always, if you decide, my recommendation, if you're unsure, you can always start off with a standard subscription on a monthly basis. You'll get your 25% off that first month. Excuse me. And if you decide within 30 days that, no, I want to upgrade it to annual, we'll honor the 25%. Look at Omi, guys. Yeah, nice, very nice early alert from the AI. You could have taken it on this break right there. If you missed it at the 36.09, it based here at 36.89. You could have taken it on the break right here also. 30 days, Tofi. Okay, so the question was, if I sign up for a month, how much time do you have to upgrade to an annual if you want? And the answer is 30 days. 30 days should give you an idea about whether or not you think the program is what you want. Okay, so the Reddit stocks are losing a little bit of their luster right now. There's costs on the way down. This is not shortable for me. AMC's holding, not bad. LRMR, that was a, wow, quick scalp for me at the beginning. I got a little excited when it got down here. It was down to $7, but the spread really elongated. It really got terrible. Stick an alert around 727, see if it takes that out later on. Okay, so let me explain it. The 25% promo code, if you take an annual subscription, you're paying up front, you get 25% off the annual subscription. So I think the standard is what, $1068 a year. So you would be charged $1068 a year minus 25%. I think that turns out to about $801. Okay, so you'd pay that up front. If you go month to month, the discount, the promo is good for the first month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, you'll go to the regular price. If you have TI already and you're on a month, you can, if you contact Kelly, if you have TI already, okay, and you want to upgrade using that 25%, just contact Kelly, okay, and she can look after you. You have to do it. I mean, again, the promo, sometimes it does get extended for one day, but if you're serious about doing it, contact her today, give her your email address, tell her what you want to do, and she'll look after you, okay? All right, AMC, this is good resilience here for AMC, for me anyway. I have taken some out, but got some out at 1780 from 1505 yesterday. Is RAD an earnings play? No, it is not. Wow, look at RAD. Look at RAD on the move down here. Don't see any specific reason. Just looking at some headlines. I don't see any specific reason. And I'll tell you what, I mean, contact Kelly, okay? We're pretty flexible, when I just don't get involved too much in, I don't get involved in the accounting and the promos. I just sort of tell you what they are. And if you've got already a subscription, contact Kelly at trade-ideas.com. And, Not that one, okay? Give your email address. She can take a look at your account and she maybe figure out what she can do. Okay? Funko, man, you know what's funny? I'm seeing a lot of stocks that are still surging here, even though the market is, been down 1, 2, 3 for an hour now, over an hour. Yeah, I got to be careful with the TCAT. I mean, 6 million in the float. So I guess this is being hyped because of the GME potential NFT play. I mean, it's anything to move a stock. Wow, AMC, guys. I mean, I'm actually surprised at this move now. I thought this might have spelled the end of it for a while anyway. But this is definitely, because I'm looking at GME and GME is not surging. See, GME is not surging, but AMC. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. So the next high looking left on that weekly chart is what, 2036? I mean, one of the reasons why I took AMC, two reasons, AMC over GME. I thought I could get a better percentage move. And again, for that, call it maybe a wee bit of a fundamental reason. Just because of the reopening in the States. I'm not saying this is, this chain is going to do fantastically. Still have a lot of trouble, but they did raise money. So it appears that they're not going to go bankrupt. And you would have to think that with the reopening, people will start going back to the theaters. Can't hurt. How's that? What is TP? You mean a price target? Reversed? I don't have a price target. I'm just looking at the next high looking left. I mean, 2036. I mean, I might struggle to get through 19, another whole number. I don't know. I don't have a price target such as, well, here's my target, 19, I'm out, okay? I just look left. I see where the next highs are. See how it does as it starts approaching. Doesn't mean I'm going to, I want to see what it does. First of all, can it get through 19? I think 20 will be a real challenge if it does get through 19. I may as well just do my video today, right now. Well, unless AMC collapses. AME or AMC? Yeah, I know it's a Reddit stock. I mean, yeah, it's got some good volume. Probably a lot of resistance coming into that 950 area, just like you said. Give me a moment here, guys. I'm just checking something else on my other monitor. Yeah, there was a tweet or a post or something to do with GME and NFTs. RD89. Okay, that's the reason. Doesn't take much. Guys, hey, I mean, this is impressive. Impressive. AMC, well, I guess I have to stick, it got through 19 briefly. Well, guys, I really haven't been able to concentrate on or look at anything else. Let me take a look at some of the ones that we're moving. How's JW Nordstrom's doing? JWN. So a little bit of a rally here. My goodness, even a gap up and go for AMC was here. Didn't even notice it. 1846. But I'm more interested in seeing some of the gap down and maybe continue down, or a gap up on reverse, especially with the market doing what it's doing. Oh, I can't, Frank. There's no. Well, I mean, okay. Yesterday for me on AMC, as an example, you got to be following GME at the same time. But you know, the break for me was right there, over 15. You know, I mean, did I know it was going to do this today? Of course not. Okay, but I mean, you just have to. If you look at a 15-minute chart, you know, the high 1496, the high 1495, the high 1510. Okay, so when it broke 15 and GME was moving at the same time, that got me into it. Okay, so, but there's no, look, they're wonderful when they work out, but you've got to be very careful. You guys are talking about KTRA. Yeah, so for instance, right now, this is, but I can't take the trade because it is, you know, I'd be chasing it. So some might take a look at a bit of a pullback, maybe holding two, you know, things like that. But the other thing I look at is, where did it get to? 223, what are the highs over here? 218, 219, 224. So this is the area that could struggle to get through. If we can get through that, then it might struggle through here. So see, for me right now, this is not that attractive a play because it's got all this resistance. That doesn't mean it's not going to keep going higher, but it's just not as attractive a play. Wow. So even here from my watch list at 1859. All right, BTCM. Oh man, I wish I had seen this one a little earlier. So this is an all-time, no, it's not an all-time low. It's bit mining, okay? It's probably because, I don't know what happened here. I don't know if this is an IPO or a symbol name change or what happened here. All right, well, hey, the boys have got a hold of BlackBerry for a while. BB, big float. You know, that's the issue. $500 million in the float, so it'll take a bunch to move it. But you know, they did move it before. Got up to what, 28? Yeah, OMI is very strong. I mean, that's a great great alert from the AI. Again, you had an opportunity to take. So, Frank, you're wondering about a momentum. So, if you missed it here, I mean, it was an AI alert at 36. If you have the AI, but you see how it based here. You know, 2 minutes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You know, not a long time, but about 15 minutes, and then from there it started to take off again. So you had an opportunity. You know, if you miss it the first time, to take it up here. Right there. The other thing to be aware of is why something is moving. You know, you should be always checking to see if there is some kind of news. So here's another Reddit stock, I think. Well, it used to be anyway. Here's Clove, C-L-O-V. Now, for it to really move, I watched this one yesterday. For this one to really move, I think it has to take out that 729. Right here. If it does, it has a shot to get to the 8 level. All right, guys, I will admit I do not have very much of the AMC left. I was really watching this break over 19, hoping it might continue, but when it broke down below again, so I've taken some more out. Not unhappy at all with it. I'll hold on to a piece just in case it does something insanely later on in the day. Okay, guys, I'm just kind of watching some other, let's see, what's A&F doing? Abercrombie and Fitch. So coming into maybe some resistance right around here, around 43.60, so it's not that far away. If it takes that out, I don't know, it's not an all-time high, but let's say you have to go back probably a few years. Yeah, I mean, you got to go back to 2014. So, you know what? If it takes this out right now, yes, technically it's not an all-time high, but you know, you've got to go back 7 years before we see it. I don't think that's going to be much of resistance. Yeah, I'm surprised at BB just because of the float. Yeah, a couple of nice ones from the AI. Are they? Oh my, was that an earnings play also? No. Wow, okay, ASXC, what are you doing and why? Okay, let's see. I don't see any specific news on it. ASXC. Big area for to try to get through. 244, 245, so it's at 247 right now. If it can maintain that, it's a big float, $250 million in the float, so this is not a low float situation, but if it can maintain over, then it's got a shot to get to this 350 level. So what I'm going to do is just stick an alert back up here around 250, see if it takes it out a little bit later. And then you can just look left on the daily chart. You can see here is the next big area of resistance. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but that is the big area of resistance. That's far enough away. Well, LRMR did surprise me, I have to admit. I'm glad. I broke my rules, took a quick, really quick little short on it. Thought maybe, man, this looked like it was going to get right down through 7 and continue, but yeah, I don't like that paradox. I don't like the I don't like the early alerts. You know, when they work, they're great. Yes. I just don't know how much room it's at. So there's see the target. Yeah, so it's right there. So it must be looking somehow. It's seeing that high over here. Well, this is okay. Now we're getting a gap down in reverse. Wow, look at this for go to. Oh boy, what a reversal. All right, this RCM is interesting. This is a gap down and go. It's not an earnings play. Very spotty looking on the 15. The relative volume is okay. Not a lot of volume, but excuse me, but it is a gap down and go. That's what I'm talking about right here. I wish the volume were a little bit more. The other thing is when you look left, you've got probably some support right around this area, the 23rd 37, but so I might take a little just to see what happens. This is more going to be like a little scalp trade because I think this will hold it. That's the RCM. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the early alerts to begin with. From the AI, you know, so we can start getting alerts right at 9:35. I'm not a big fan of that. I mean, I know both of them worked. I don't know how many alerts we're going to get from the AI for the balance of the day. I kind of like it when it's about 6 or 7 to concentrate on. That's just me, though. I mean, some people love a lot more. Now there's Ford. Look at Ford. What a move Ford has had, and that's a big float too. 3.9 billion in the float. What a great move. I know is it Ford Day today or whatever they're calling it, and they're big. Their electric truck, etc. Lots of buzz around Ford right now. I guess so, yeah. Interesting, had a 2-day pullback and then now the pop. I wouldn't let, well, okay, I hate giving advice like this, Frank, okay, but I certainly wouldn't let it get over 2377 where the alert was, okay? But listen, I'm looking at this as more of a little scalp play, okay? I don't expect it to do much because of all this down here. Yeah, see right now, and the spread just went bad on us, so. Yeah, I'm not liking this right now. I'm just waiting to see if that's the bid can or the ask can catch up to the bid, move down. Ah, too bad. This is not shortable for me. The NBVR. I'm sorry, NBRV. All right, guys. Sorry about that. I'm just keeping an eye on this RCM. Well, I was certainly wrong about the LRMR. So this is turning into a gap down and reverse. What did it hit? 835. So skeptical about playing it like that, but all right, guys, it is now 10:20, so typically this is when I start my little spiel about trade ideas, etc. So before I do that, again, I just want to pop the promo link in. Give me a moment here. Yeah, AMC coming back a little bit. Okay. Okay, so first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen live on the mic. There is a promo code right there, Test Drive 25 for 25% off the first month only or the entire year. So when you click on my link, go to Barry's homepage, there's the link. There it is also. the tab. So there it is all day long. Obviously disregard this. This is the normal promo. So obviously use the test drive 25 to get 25% off the first month only, okay? Or the entire year. ASXC just popped through that little area, guys. But I'm in the middle of my spiel. So spiel takes precedence. So we do have 4 plans. We have an annual and a monthly for premium and standard. So this is what I'm talking about. If you apply that promo code, say to the annual premium, test drive 25, and so this is what it would cost, $1,700, okay? And I think the standard would be about $801. But you do not, and the difference between premium and standard, the big difference is the AI, which I'll go over in a little while, okay? That's the big difference. There are some other differences, but that's the major difference. You don't have to start off or ever go to an annual if you don't want to. You want to go if you want to go month to month, that's fine. Standard is $118, premium is $228. You can apply that 25% discount to the first month only. Okay? If you're wondering why I'm trying to emphasize that, because we get so many questions. Hey, how come I'm being charged, $118 and $228 after that first month? But as always, so if you currently have a monthly subscription and you want to upgrade to an annual, you can use that 25%. You'll have to contact Kelly at, I think I popped it in there, Kelly at trade-ideas.com. Give her your email address and she can look after the upgrade for you, okay? If you're just going to take out a subscription right now, if you do it within 30 days, and also that's within, you have to do it today if you want to get that 25%. So if you want to upgrade from from a monthly to an annual, and you want that 25% off, you should do it today. The promo is supposedly going to end tonight at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. For those of you taking out a subscription right now, if you upgrade from monthly to an annual, you do it within 30 days, we'll honor the 25%. Little confusing, but now more information, my homepage. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video. I'm almost 100% sure it'll be AMC today. All the scans I'm sharing right here, all the scans, including my layout that you see, plus a lot of individual scans that I share. So you might have a layout that you like, but you might want to take a look at some of the individual scans. Education, big education section right here. 20 lessons. Building a top list, what is a top list, creating alert windows, etc. Introduction to the AI, we nicknamed her Holly, Brokerage Plus, etc. Okay? A lot of information. It's a great little, I really recommend before you do anything, if you do take out a subscription, do yourself a favor and take a look at the 20 lessons. All the basic features are explained there. Daily support session. So today, Gordon, Michael Nauss will be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. Okay, I monitor the room until 12. That's when I take a break. And so Michael Nauss will be there. He's definitely an expert on, creating, the one-click strategies, Brokerage Plus, etc. I'm going to go over Brokerage Plus in a bit. I will put the link in before I take my break. Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. Today is Wednesday. So today's the Q&A with Brad and Dan. That is the one that I attend. Brad and Dan are co-founders of Trade Ideas. That is the one that I attend, help out on. Educational videos, starting Trade Ideas from scratch. More information on the AI right here. Back to basics, if you're brand new to trading, It's a great little series that Michael put on. Starting off with literally, what is a stock? And some trading ebooks that we created. A lot of information on my homepage, so my recommendation is always save my link. You can take a look at all this information when you want to. You don't have to do it while the room is open. Okay, Amex ticker. Yes, you were right, Aja. Yeah, this ASXE is an Amex ticker. API, guys, a little more expensive, but this is one that very interesting. It's right at the high that I put a price alert. Volume is okay, but you can see what could happen. There's the 200-day moving average. That's far enough away. That's about 50. Just wanted to point this one out to you. API, what's the spread like? 16 cents, not terrible. Wow, look at GME now, guys. Now GME is exploding, where AMC is just kind of hanging tough. All right, what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the U.S. stock market. Doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas, all right? Doesn't matter where you are in the world, you can use Trade Ideas. So this is an example of a very, easy scan that I put together. In this scan, this is what I'm looking for. Prices between 1 and 20. Current volume is 4. That means it's trading at least 4 times normal up to this point of the day. Minimum 400,000 shares, etc. Okay, so this is, you usually, well, not usually, you always start off with filters. If I just said, show me stocks because this is the alert, new high and new low, just show me stocks making new highs or new lows, I'd be flooded with new highs and new lows all day long. So that's why you always want to reduce the universe of stocks down to a manageable number. This is what I do. This is what I'm looking for. So if a stock meets these filter requirements and it makes either a new high for the day or a new low for the day, I get a real-time alert. Okay? This is why we're seeing these stocks today. You can draw a trend line if you right-click. If somebody asked, can you draw a simple trend line on the chart? If you right-click and go to Markup and Trend Line. Okay? I don't use trend lines, but it is there if you want. So again, right-click on a chart, Markup, Trend Line, and then you can draw your trend line, okay? All right, so what we did as a company also is that we do not force you to learn a programming language. There's another Reddit play, guys, EXPR. So what we did is we said, okay, let's try to create enough alerts and enough filters, these are the filter icons, enough of them so that the absolute majority of our customers can combine them in a way to give them a scan that they might be looking for. So that's what we did, so you don't have to learn a programming language. Now, you're starting out, you don't even have to know. All right, well, RCM's it's starting to move down a little bit. If you're in this one with me, there's the area to be concerned about, perhaps. That low right there, which is, I got this. Just a second, I'm in, okay. Trend line. Okay, so this is the area right there. If it takes out that 2341, it has a shot to get lower. So even if you're just starting out, you don't know how to build a scan, that's okay. First of all, take a look at the 20 lessons. But you can have all the scans that I'm sharing, if you go to my homepage. Also, we have if you click on New from our toolbar and click on Channel Bar, we have all of these themed channels. These are all themed channels, and within each channel, there are layouts. These are all layouts. So if you do happen to have a layout that you created, make sure you do save that layout to the cloud, because you can only have one layout loaded at a time. These are layouts, so it would replace the layout that you have. So these are all themed channels. So for instance, this has been a kind of a popular one that I've been showing. Sector status as an example. So it's kind of like a heat map, but these are all the major sectors, and it's telling you what the major sectors are doing. So for instance, if I look at consumer discretionary, XLY, you can see that 92% of the stocks that make up this ETF are up. Only 8% are down, as an example. Whereas if you go to healthcare, look at this, 70% are down. Consumer staples, 62% are down. So you can kind of pick out the hot sector for the day, at least as we speak. That can turn around, of course. Look at real estate. Okay, so this is an interesting way to look at the kind of an overview of the entire market. The other interesting thing that I find is, okay, XLY, consumer discretionary. Only 6% are down. Let's take a look. Move all the way down, and you can see the ones that are down. AutoZone, it's a hugely expensive stock, but, this is down for whatever reason. Mohawk, down. Just a little bit, but it's down. Meanwhile, guys, EXPR is just exploding here. It's a Reddit stock. So this is, again, gives you a nice snapshot of what the market's doing and the individual stocks that make up the sectors. So let's say you found a sector that you wanted to follow all day long. Market's up, okay, so why not maybe pick a sector that is down, just to see, well, I wonder why that one is down. So the one that is down the most appears to be healthcare. So you could take this and save it to the cloud, save or share to the cloud. Okay, so I've taken this and I've saved it to the cloud, because when I go to another, let's take a look at our WSB channel. Just go to our go to the toolbar, Michael, and click on New, and then Channel Bar. Okay, and then pick Sector Status. Okay, it's called Sector Status from the Channel Bar. So this is not just the Reddit stocks. These are high short float stocks. Okay, this is typically the type of stocks that these guys take a look at. But this is, highest short float stocks. These are the ones that are, GME at the top here. Beyond Meat, you can tell. 24%. Wow, look at Beyond Meat. 24% short. So you could take this if you just wanted to follow high short float stocks. Again, you could always, before you save it, you can make a change if you want. Here's the price between 1 and 500. Maybe you want to change that price. Let's make it 1 in 100. Or let's make it 1 in 240. So you'll catch GME. Okay, see how that is changed? I am not a big fan of the daily volume, okay? I like so if I were doing this, I would be taking this out. I don't care about the average daily volume. All I care about is, okay, what is it doing today? So maybe what I would do is I would put the volume today has to be, I don't know, 300,000 minimum. Okay, and then maybe I just leave it. Say okay. So now I've kind of customized this window to how I like to trade. And I would right click, save it to the cloud. Why am I doing that? I'll show you. I'm going to close all. So now I'm back to my layout. If I wanted to bring those windows back and add them to my layout for today or forever, File, Load from Cloud. I go to my toolbar, File, Load from Cloud, and you see they're right here, highest short float stocks. So I could load. It's going to show up on another monitor. Here it is. Okay, and if I liked it enough that I wanted to keep it as part of my layout, when I exit Trade Ideas, I just say, want to save your layout? I say yes, and here it is. So tomorrow, this would also show up. So you can see how you could go through each channel, maybe extract windows that look interesting to you, save them to the cloud, and then bring them back one by one and create your own layout without really knowing how this got created in the first place. Now I'll talk about the AI. This is what the AI is all about. The AI is, what happens is, last night, excuse me, AI went through an optimization procedure once the market closed. Took a look at, I believe we have about 60 to 70 what we call baseline strategies, went through an optimization procedure, and these, out of those strategies, these are the ones that made the cut. I'm going to say it right now. Don't worry about why these made the cut. They did make the cut. Don't worry about what segment. Don't worry about the actual strategies. That's my opinion anyway. In my opinion, all you should not worry about is concentrate on what alerts came from them. Okay, don't concern yourself. Don't get into the minutia of all this. Okay, make it easy. Just have this window, which is called. Let me get this back to positions here. This is called, from our toolbar, click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades Window. Okay, and just wait for the alerts to happen. How you trade them will be up to you. But these are the alerts that have happened today. And then you can also take this window and incorporate it as part of your layout so that when tomorrow, assuming you load Trade Ideas before the market opens and all, this window will be blank and you just wait for the alerts to happen. You don't have to get into the trade the second you get an entry. If you want to take a look at the chart a little bit, you can do that. But you have an entry price and you have a stop. How you trade it will be up to you. So Riley, that will be coming. I don't know when that is going to happen. I know I was able to show it. I don't want to explain. It's all to do with pinned windows. It can lead to many issues, okay? But that is coming. That is in this new build. I don't know when it's going to be available, but you'll be able to have your own layout, and then you can go to the channel bar and load a layout without having your layout being replaced. All right, now I want to talk about this window that you see here called Brokerage Plus. This is an option, a feature. You don't have to use it, but it's there if you do want to use it, if you happen to have an interactive broker's account. And why I say you don't have to use it, I have to keep emphasizing the fact that because people seem to think that they have to use it, and because now what I'm going to explain is that you can use this to trade your account from within Trade Ideas as long as you have an interactive broker's account or an E-Trade account. And I've just popped a link in. There are 2 videos. The first video shows you how you can connect your IB or E-Trade account. And the second video is a lot longer and goes into a lot of more advanced options, like how to set up the one-click trading and all of that. I don't explain it. The video covers most of what you need. However, if you have these questions that are building up, Gordon, today is the day, because Michael Nauss will be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. And you can ask him all the questions that you've got. I don't know, he'll probably direct you to the video, but he'll probably be able to help you a lot better than I can, because he uses this way more than I do. And he's there between 12 and 1 every Wednesday. And that's Eastern time. And it's simple to use, in the very simplest way. You just click on an alert, the symbol shows up, you can pick how many shares you want to trade, price, etc. You're going to short it, you sell, you go long, you buy. I want to talk a lot more about the simulator though. Because if you're new to trading, Gordon, if you're new to trading, please, before you commit money to the market, please practice trading. We have a great simulator. It doesn't matter who your broker is. Okay, it uses our real-time data. I'll put the link in, the link for YouTube. That, again, don't go there now, because the YouTube room is exactly like this one. They see my screen, they hear me. It's just that when I take a break between 12 and 1, another trader takes over. My helper has arrived this morning. So the link to, I will put it in. I'll put the link in. I mean, if you want to see where the link is right now, if you click on my homepage and click on the link there, I mean, if you scroll down, right, I'm sorry, right here, the daily support sessions, okay? But don't do it now. There's no point, because, first of all, there's a slight audio delay. I mean, just don't do it. You don't have to be in both rooms at the same time. It's just that when I take my break, you can join it. All right. So, as a simulator, same thing. Click on alert. Shares show up, or the symbol shows up, pick how many shares, price you want to get in at, and you just click buy and boom, you're in. Now, let's just do something. I always like to explain it a little bit like this. Well, guys, by the way, the RCM is actually working out a lot better than I thought it would. A lot better than I thought it would. So, I sort of wait for these ones. I like the gap down and go. I know we get a lot of other alerts, but especially when the market was doing this. But this is continuing down. This is doing a lot better than I thought. Next area, I mean, if it can take out 23 with any gusto, what do we have here? 25. I'm just looking for the next lows, looking left on the weekly chart. So 22.27 is the next low looking left on the weekly chart. So if it can find a way to get through that whole number, might still give us a good trade. Continuation. You mean you want to get reset back to 100,000 today? You can't. You have to wait for the day to be over and get rid of all your trades, and then tomorrow you'll start with a fresh slate. All right, so this is what I want to do. I want to show, okay, let's just take AMC as an example, okay? Say you wanted to get into AMC, but you don't want to get in right now. Maybe if it pulls back to 18, you might be interested, right here, or right around here, okay? So, I'll pick how many shares I want to do this at. And I'm gonna just put 18. Again, I'm not, would I do this? I'm just showing you how you can do this. I'm missing a great move on this ASXC. Tough to say. Click buy. So you see a big blue line, dark blue line appears on the chart. So if AMC goes down to 18, it'll take the trade. Now, if it's at this point, if I don't want it to take the trade anymore, I think, well, maybe it's really done. I can always go back into the orders, right click, and cancel it. Okay, so you don't have to once you've placed this pullback. I'm just showing you how you can do it on a pullback. I'll leave it in. I'll just leave it in to see if it executes. Again, it's in the simulator. Well, Gordon, why don't you go to the IPO calendar and you can check to see. I've put that link in a few times. You can check yourself to see if you think there are any good IPOs. Okay, and for those of you who don't, there's an IPO calendar that I use. Now let's take a look at another way to use this. Let's just say, I would never take this right now, okay, because it's so extended, ASXC. But let's just pretend, okay, I want to take this trade right now. Because here's the concept when you're starting out. You always have to have a price you're going to get out of the stock if it doesn't work. Okay, that's your stop, obviously, but that is what the stop is all about. I'm going to take 500 shares of this, and I'm going to go in at the market because the spread's only a penny. Okay, so you see it took the trade. I'm going to put a stop on. I'm going to add my stop in at 252. Not because that is really where the stop should go necessarily, but I want to make the math easy. So you'll see a red line will show up right there. So you see a red line shows up at 252 with a minus 100, approximately $100. So why is it minus $100? So when you take a trade, again, you should always know where you're going to get out of the trade if it doesn't work for you. Now, so your first question really should be right now, if you're new to trading, well, how am I going to know where that price is? And that's where practice comes into it. You can look at a chart. You might be able to see where it looks like there's some support. And you're only going to be able to do that if you practice looking at a lot of charts. Eventually you probably get an idea. For instance, right there, you look at this 2-minute chart. Looks like there's pretty good support here that if it broke down through this level, you should be out of the trade. Okay, as an example. Some people might use a moving average. That's where they should be out of the trade. Okay, but how you eventually figure out where you're going to put your stop, that's only going to come with some experience. So let's just say, okay, you've decided, okay, yes, I sort of understand. I think that's a good stop price. So then the next thing is, okay, how much am I going to risk dollar-wise per trade? Because, sure, you put a stop in, but how much are you actually going to risk on the trade if it doesn't work for you? So if you have a $5,000 account, you don't want to risk $1,000 a trade. It should be obvious. So if your account size dictates that you could say risk $100 a trade, this is why I did all this, to keep this math easy. I got into this trade at 272. I put a stop at 252. That's 20 cents away. That will determine how many shares I take. Because if I'm willing to risk $100 on the trade, if it doesn't work, if I divide 20 cents into $100, I get 500 shares. Okay? $500 shares times 20 cents if I get stopped out equals $100. So 2 concepts to get your head around, your mind around, okay? The concept of number 1, you have to have a place you're getting out of a trade, your stop, and then that will dictate the difference between your entry and your stop. Divide that into how much you're willing to risk per trade. If it's $50 a trade, you wouldn't be taking 500, as an example, okay? But, you know, I wanted to make the math easy, so you don't go into trading saying, well, I'll take 100 shares every trade, 500 shares every trade. Your trade size, in my opinion, should vary depending on how much you're willing to risk on the trade. The other thing is now obeying it. You might practice for a while before you get very comfortable. You know, how long that's going to be, I have no idea. It could be a month, 2 months, 6 months, a year. I have no idea how long it's going to take before you get comfortable, before you're willing to put real money in. So let's just say you've practiced for a while and you get the hang. You seem to be getting the hang of it. You're in the simulator. You seem to be making money in the simulator. Now you're ready to trade. You take that first trade and it doesn't work. It's not working. It's starting to move into your stop. You start to second guess. You start to move your stop down because you think, well, maybe it was a little tight. You start moving it down. You keep moving it down. The price starts approaching the new stop. Now your $100 manageable loss starts turning into $200, $300, $400, $500. Eventually you get out of the trade and you start kicking yourself because, why did I not obey my stop? So the obvious solution is to leave your stop in, take all the emotion out of trading, especially when you're starting out, take the emotion out of trading. Now, you can do this using our charts if you have an Interactive Broker or E-Trade account. If you don't, though, you can, your broker will have a way in which you can control it the same way, same type of way. Okay? So that's my spiel, guys. Okay? And so practice trading. We have a great simulator. Just practice trading. If you cannot make money in a simulator, you certainly won't be able to make money when you start to trade your account. If you make money in a simulator, there's still no guarantee you'll make money when you start trading your account because, again, emotions take over. When it's easy, it's relatively easy, and that's why I'm saying in the simulator, you should treat it like it is real money. Don't just, of course it's play money. We give you $100,000 to start, but, treat it like it's your real money. Look at that P&L as it's going up and down. Because when it's real money, that's when all the emotions come in. Even though I've talked about, keeping your stop in place and all of that, that's when the real emotions come into play. Well, you just click on the sim and now you're in. Make sure, the only other, I'm on a development version. In here, there's just, I'm not sure exactly what you're seeing, but you have to make sure you're in a simulation, like you're in a simulation account, okay? But other than that, you just click on sim. Okay, now, only available, I should mention this, only available if you're using our downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, it's not available. Give me a moment. Well, this ASXE, I wish I had been, well, I was in the middle of my blurb here, but man, what a nice run so far. Now, something else to keep an eye on is, you notice I've got open and today will be the same, right? Max P&L, well, this has not been adjusted yet. This will be more clear when I get out of the trade. Now, Clove is on the move here. So when you say RSI divergence, Brian, are you talking about something with a low RSI but it's moving higher? Or a high RSI and then is moving lower? Like what do you mean by that? Boy, this market to me, I mean, just feels like everything is moving. I mean, everything seems to be moving higher. I'm not seeing too many, even though the market is not like ripping or anything like that, but everything is moving higher, it seems. Look at FUV. Haven't seen this one for a while. EV play. It's possible, guys. This is a Reddit play, a Wall Street Bets play. Look at that short float percent. Another one that's fairly high short float percent. Fossil. Look at the volume coming in. Who's our man on the WSB in Reddit? Somebody in this room usually monitors it. Yeah, so you can construct your own, Brian. I mean, you can experiment. Okay, so you can take here's their RSI. I don't have anything specifically, but here's our 1 minute. I don't know what time frame you want to use, but you can put a high RSI. Add the filter. I say a 5 minute. Put a high minimum of whatever you're going to consider high. Let's say 75. Okay, and then with other filters in place, you might want to have a price range, minimum volume, things like that, and then stocks making a new 5 minute low, as an example, as an alert. So high RSI, but now making a 5 minute low. Just using the as an example. I'm not saying that that's the one to use, but I don't have one. I don't have one up and ready, but 5 minute low as an example. So high RSI. Now a stock is making a new 5 minute low as an example. All right, guys. Well, the RCM again did not. Obviously, I'm out of this trade now. The RCM did not take out that whole number. It wasn't bad. I mean, if I'd got in right where the alert was at 77, but I didn't. Well, this one, I mean, man, this is a nice gap down in reverse. I mean, the LRMR is a nice gap down in reverse from $8. I mean, look at this, and this is almost tradable now. There's a red bar ignored on the 15-minute chart. Maybe not. The trigger would have been 832, so it's a little bit far away now. Give me a moment, please, guys. Just a couple of things on my other monitor. I know I always say that. I have a lot going on. All right, guys. Wow, FOSL Fossil on the move here. I think I asked. There's somebody in this room I thought was monitoring the Reddit forum. I thought there was somebody in here. Maybe I'm wrong. Well, I know there was. I don't know if you're in the room. It was JB, wasn't it? Yeah. Okay, Grumpy, you are now our Reddit moderator, okay? So you go into that Reddit room and you tell us what's going on. It's about time you start earning your keep. I'd love to do it, but I can't. I just don't have the, I mean, there's a lot. I'm just interested to know if Fossil is one of them. Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking for news on Fossil. I just don't see any, which, leads me to believe that this could be one of the Reddit stocks. Now, listen, I mean, this is coming into what I consider some pretty strong resistance around that 14 level. What does Archon go up every day? I don't know. Let's see. Well, certainly this week. I don't know. I don't see any news on it. I do see some news on the 25th. Announces partnership with somebody. That was on the 25th. That was yesterday, but yeah, Clove is definitely a Reddit stock. It's definitely a Reddit stock. It's interesting. I mean, it's trying to take, I was at an alert set up here, 7:30. So it's above that. Let's see if it rests just a little bit. Okay, guys, so I wanted to show how this worked. First of all, I should have mentioned these are hotkeys, okay? So you want to get out of a trade, you just flatten it. You want to get a half your trade, double your trade. Now, if you want to have a specific number of shares, maybe not half or double, you can obviously use the sell here if you wanted to trade some out. So when at the very most I could have made while I was still in this trade was $68. I closed out for a $30 gain. Okay, this is in the simulator. I mean, that's not terrible, but what if that max had been $500 and I closed out for a $30 gain? Obviously, not good. So this is a way in which you can start to gauge how good are your exits. Okay, now you can't expect to get out at the very top, the very penny. But you certainly don't want to see huge discrepancies between your max P&L and your closed, okay? And that's where practicing trading comes in. The other one that helps is look at the distance from the exit price. So right now it says -4. So where I got out at 279, it's 4 cents below. Obviously, again, what you'd love to see is when you get out, is if you start tracking this, is a big negative number, which means that price is way under where you got out, which is good. JJ, do I have something for you? Okay, can you find my homepage tab? Oh, are you kidding me? Because you're... because the way you asked it, what's the stock, etc. Well, I'm gonna treat it like it was a real question, okay? So if you find my homepage tab and then click on that link, and then go to the education section, click here, and you'll have to save my link because there are a lot of videos. I wasn't sure if you were kidding because this is exactly how it starts. So if you click all the way down to back to basics, what is a stock? Okay, so I'm not sure if you were kidding. That's not the typical question, you know, somebody starting out. But anyway, if you're not kidding, here it is. If you are kidding, okay, the joke's on me. Okay, good. So, okay, I'll pop. Can you not see my homepage tab? If you can, I'll just put the link in. So you'll have to save the link because obviously there are a lot of videos in there. They're short, but there are 36 of them. Okay. Just go to the education section and then scroll down until you see the until you see the back to basics. It's called back to basics, okay? Yeah, AMC is starting to get a little frisky again. Don't have that much left, but oh, you need to help someone. Oh, I see. So that is why you mentioned what is a stock. Okay, I get it now. I didn't read that. You want to help someone, not you. Okay, I get it. That's why you said what is a stock. I now I understand. Okay. I thought so. That's why I thought you were kidding. All right, we're going to check the AI to see if there's anything of interest to me. Now I notice actually that this TVTX is showing up on the gap down and go, which is interesting to me because this is an all-time low. So let me I just don't like the spread. I wish the spread would tighten up a bit, but this could be really interesting. What did it get down to yesterday in the after hours? Okay, well now, I might have to flip the way I'm thinking a little bit. As the market is rallying quite a bit after the first hour and 15 minutes straight down, market is moving higher. I do like this one though, this TVTX. I mean, it's an all-time low basically. We don't count what happens after hours or pre-market. So it's basically an all-time low. Okay, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. All right, guys. So I am now back. Oh, so Paradox, are you kidding about Reddit? Oh, you're not. Oh, okay, Reddit. Well, are you the only man in America that doesn't know Reddit? I kid you, of course, but let's go Reddit. It's a big, well, I guess a forum One of the sections is the WSB, Wall Street Bets. So that's where they post all their stuff about GME and AMC, and this is where all this stuff originated. So right here, that week of January 25th is when the Reddit, the WSB forum in Reddit got a hold of GME and just started, buying and buying and buying and buying, and you have all these and millions of people. So that's what it's all about. And it was also AMC and BB, actually Bed Bath and Beyond, BB, EXP. I mean, so many of them. So now, that's why I was saying, we used to, PB, he's not here today, but he was monitoring the forum for us. You mean TVTX? Not TXTX, right? No, maybe there is a... I'm sure you mean TVTX. Yeah, so you mean TVTX. Oh, I'm not in it. I'm not in it yet. I'm waiting for a breakdown here. 1451. I'm not in it yet. VMEO. Yeah, it looks like it was an IPO yesterday. Is it a China IPO? If it's China, I'm finding that some of them are just not showing up for some reason. Yeah, I don't see it on the list either. So, I mean, it looks like it's an IPO from yesterday, but I don't... Unless it was one of these direct-to-market IPOs, it is not, it's kind of a weird IPO. I don't know. I can't, have no other explanation for it. Really? I've got it right there. Appears to be working. I'll pop it in again, but maybe I... There it is. Definitely working for me. Yeah, AMC now is making another new high. I mean, look at game. I mean, I think I'm joking, but I mean, 300. Yeah. No, I know. Well, I mean today, though. I mean today. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. He's going to be insufferable at the Q&A today. I tell you, he's holding on to 10,000. Holy smokes, guys. AMC. I mean, I'm loving AMC just because of the percentage moves. Though if GME got up to 300 today, that would be hard to concentrate on anything else for me anyway. It's just one of these. Now this will not be every day, but I mean, you have to recognize what's going on with GME and AMC for sure. And it's the only one. I mean, well, I shouldn't say that. But the cost has been choppy. The EXPR though has been pretty steadily up. Also, it's another one of theirs. Well, at least now they're mirroring each other. Look at that 15-minute for AMC. And here's GME. Look at that. So they're mirroring each other right now. Really? Well, that's weird. Let me okay, so there it is. I don't know what to say. I mean, I've had this up. I don't know what to say. Why it's timing out. I mean, here's the link again, one more time. Certainly not timing out for me. That doesn't make any sense. So Laura, or Laura, flatten just gets you out of a trade. So if you highlight the trade, you highlight something you're in, and you flatten, that gets you out of the trade. Okay? As opposed to, clicking sell and picking how many shares you want and all that to get out. If you just want to get out of a trade, the question is how to, what does flatten mean? So you just highlight. So in other words, if I get into AMC right here, too bad it didn't move down to that pullback price of 18. So if I get into AMC right here, okay. Okay, there it is, AMC right there. And now I want to get out, I just flatten. See, so I had a 500 share position, now I have no position, okay? You know, on a percentage basis, this one is doing extraordinarily well too. Paradox, it is a Reddit stock. Well, they can. I mean, obviously, there's no hard and fast rule to that, Jeffro. I mean, it's all up to them. This has nothing to do with institutional. Well, look, in a nutshell, if you don't know the story of GameStop, okay, in a nutshell, they claim, you know, we've got 20 there, that says 21% short float. They claim that there are actually billions and billions of shares that are short, that are not being, that we don't know about, okay, that are not being transcribed into that short float percent. Now, when this all started, that short float percent was about 143%. Okay, so it would look, in theory, like a lot of that short float has been covered. They claim that it's just not being reported, and that there are still billions of shares that are short that have to cover, that will have to keep covering. You know, so they try to drive the price up and forcing these people to cover, and there's billions of shares. That's the theory behind it. So AMC, I'm not sure if AMC, I mean, AMC is in the similar, you know, here's another high short float percent. Now, does it mean they're all going to act exactly the same way? Of course not. I mean, look at it. MVIS is another one that they were all over a while back. But, you know, look what it's doing now. But they were all over this one here. They're all over this EXPR. For whatever reason, they just pick. They try to pick a stock that they thought a lot of short sellers were in, and they said, well, we're going to rid these nasty evildoers, which they call the short sell. I mean, you got to read this whole thing. It's a lot of nonsense, but hey, listen, you can't dispute the fact that they have a huge effect of what's happening. I think Kern might be another one. The reason being is that if you just take a look and you try to find any news on any of these things that are moving, you won't find any. I mean, this is a big controversy in general anyway with this short float percent and even the float, but the short float percent, there's no reason, because in theory, this gets updated every 15 days or twice a month. This is not anything to do with us. That's just what's happening in the industry. I mean, there's no reason why that short float percent shouldn't be updated every day. I have no idea, Gordon. I mean, it's the one I use. I don't know why it's not working. I mean, just do a Google search, I guess, and it's the one I've been using for years, so I don't know. Or okay, DuckDuckGo. Yes, okay. Oh my goodness, my goodness, my goodness. Look at AMC again making new highs. Well, back in the non-Reddit world, okay, here we go. Let's see if this now, okay, Lisa gave a little bit of alert here. In the non-Reddit world, I mean, something like VSTM has been of interest to me for a while. Look what it did a couple of days ago. Tried yesterday to get through that high, didn't quite make it. Trying again More importantly, look left on the monthly chart for VSTM. You will see the next high looking left is 467. That is the same on the weekly chart. So if it can ever really get going again, you know, I mean, there's one level, but I mean, the fantasy void way up here at 10. So again, it's not a Reddit stock, but I think Kern is one though. I think Kern is another one. Look at that short float percent. Low float, high short float percent. Yeah, the swaggy stocks is, yep. Again, you know, if somebody would just monitor that. I mean, that'll at least give us an idea. All right, so this is a gap up and go, PDL. However, take a look. I mean, you know, look how much resistance there is right at this level. I mean, even the red line is showing it. And up here. So this is not as, you know, even though it came on the gap up and go, to me, there's just a lot of, now, if it pops through that resistance, it's, you know, it can maybe get up to the 15 level. Just doesn't have, for me, enough room. Okay, so this TVTX is still, you know, almost. I want to see a bid underneath that 1450. Maybe they ask at 1450 to clear this. So I've reset my alert. Yeah, I know you guys have been talking about, wow, I mean, this has been just a great talk about, well, print this 15-minute chart out, guys. This is basic, other than that little red candle there, that's a trend. And it's an earnings play. LI is an earnings play. I really haven't followed the other EVs from China. XPEV's doing well. NIO, how's NIO doing? Those are the three that, yeah, so they're all doing well, but LI is definitely leading the way as an earnings play today, LI. Okay, fine. So you're interested. So the auto, I would head over to the YouTube room at noon. Actually, there are more earnings plays than I thought there'd be. And the earnings plays right here. A lot more than I thought there'd be. There's DBI, Designer Brands, Red Robin. Again, this is a scan that I'm sharing. Yep. Siri, yes it is. EXPR is a WSB stock, yes. So we just got a halt. Actually, I'm sorry. Now this is an IPO. Okay, Flywire, FLYW, and also DYNS. So a couple of IPOs. No, I'm sorry. This is one of the SPACs though. Forget it. Yeah, this is a SPAC. But I think it's a SPAC. It looks like a special purpose. Yeah, this is a SPAC. FlyW though is not a SPAC, so this is an IPO. It just launched. Okay, so there was news for this TVTX after the market closed. Just after the market closed yesterday. Yeah, so this is the reason. I didn't see this. This is the reason though. So trading lower after the company provided a regulatory update for its etc. Okay, so obviously not good news for the company. That happened after hours and is continuing. I'm just waiting to see if that can break again. All right, so now I understand why RAD was moving down, and probably the other drugstores. There's some kind of a report that Amazon may open brick and mortar pharmacies. Really? Okay. That's a while back. I think that happened here. Okay, I think I'll have to tend to somebody right now. Just give me a moment. Wow, Tiger on the move here, guys. Tiger, wow, look at this, 2069. I missed it. Look at the volume that came into Tiger. Tiger is an earnings play from yesterday, 2069, 2125 right now. Yeah, Hamada. So yeah, so what you want to do is don't use IB simulator, okay? You can use our simulator. It uses our real-time data. Okay, so you just put yourself in simulation mode. If you haven't done this, I'm going to pop a link in. Also, Michael will be in the YouTube room in about 20 minutes. And he's a lot, he can probably go over a lot of this also, but this is the first video explains how to, okay, how you can use the simulator. It talks about how to connect to Interactive Brokers and E-Trade if you want to trade this. If you want to use this window to trade your account, if you have an IB or E-Trade account, but it also goes into how you use the simulator. So the simulator uses our real-time data. So that's the easiest, best way to do it. Don't use IB simulator. Now, also, you have to be using our downloadable application. So if you're using our web-based version, it's not available. So Hamada, did that answer your question? Oh, not in simulated moon. I'm sorry. Yes, you can. Yes, okay, you can trade. So that video, I'm sorry, I misunderstood your question. You're talking about can you use Brokerage Plus? Yes. So this is a window, this is a feature we call Brokerage Plus. And again, it's only available if you're using our downloadable application, not the web-based version. The first video, I put in a link there. The first video shows you how you can connect to your IB account. Okay, and then you can trade using this window connected to your IB account. The second video goes into a lot more detail, all the other things you can do once you are connected, okay? All right, guys, Clove, after a little bit of a pullback, again, this is a Reddit play, Clove, a little bit of a pullback, now it's starting to move again. The next area would be around $8, maybe. So if it's a spin-off, thank you, Casa. So it is not an IPO, so it's a spin-off, okay? Yeah, so I just explained that, Hamada, okay? If you watch that video, so you can trade using this window that we call Brokerage Plus, but you have to be connected to your Interactive Brokers account. We're not a broker. Okay, we're not a broker, but you can use this window. Then you're trading from within Trade Ideas and connect it to your IB account. So you can use this window to trade. But we're not a broker, so you always need a broker. And if you stick around for another 17 minutes, Michael Nauss will be moderating the YouTube room, and he has a lot more experience and all that than I do. So you can ask him some questions if you want. Should be, Laura. I mean, I can't guarantee it's, but yeah, I mean, when I'm placing the simulated trades, it's very fast. Now, Kern now is coming. Is this shortable? Yes, it is. Kern is now coming into the 200-day moving average. I mean, that could stall it. You see, Laura, I just in the simulator, I just took that trade, okay, and it was virtually instant in the simulator for Kern. Just wanted to see. It was virtually instant. And I flattened it, virtually instant. So the simulator uses our real-time data, using our real-time data. All right, TVTX getting a little bit closer now. 1451, 1452. Let's see. Now. How easy, who was talking about that one before? Was that you, Tank? I can't remember anymore. How easy was it for you to get it? Just the fact that it's down 18%. Now, you know what? His spread is, I don't know. Spread is kind of all over the place still. It's strange because it's not a super low float. Well, there's a top for DKS. I wouldn't necessarily short it now. can't ask me questions like you can't. You know, if you expect me to say yes, you know, I can't say that. I'm not an investment advisor. Okay, yeah, there's a slight delay. Yes, Amanda, there is a slight delay. You're right, and also might depend on your system. That was you, Tank. Okay. Well, to stick that alert in here again. I mean, if it ever breaks it, I mean, this has got a, well, it has no support. So how do the strength, actually, you go to the YouTube room, Michael's the originator of the strength alerts. Okay, we have an algorithm that basically is a ranking algorithm, and it takes the top 5 as they are ranked that week, and we send them out to you. Nothing to do with the AI. Okay, so the strength alerts are basically designed for people who, you know, if you're in this room all the time, it's probably, I mean, you can use them, don't get me wrong. It's free to, if you're a subscriber to Trade Ideas, standard or premium, you'll get the strength alerts. You don't get them sent as an email, but you can access them from channel bar, new channel bar, and then the strength alerts. And every Monday morning, you'll be sent an email. Not if you're a subscriber, you don't get an email. You have to go to the channel. But if you subscribe to it, and again, you don't have to subscribe to it if you are a subscriber right now to Trade Ideas. But this is like really like an entry level, $17 a month. We'll send you the email with the 5 strength alerts. How you trade them will be up to you. You might want to ask Michael. Michael will be in the room. You know how. I mean, there's no recommendation on how to trade them really. But you can ask him because he's the originator of them. More for swings, yes. And here is, I should pop that link in. I typically don't in this room because most of the people in this room are you know, more into, you know, watching a little more active trading. But if you're new into this room and you cannot sit at a computer all day long, or you don't want to, you can sign up for the strength alerts. I say it's $17 a month. When you click on the alert or click on the link, this is what you'll see. An explanation about what they are. Okay? And here he is, all his glory, Michael Nauss. So he'll be in the YouTube room in about 5 to 10 minutes, okay? So for instance, you see this says 31 cents right here for the AMC. Again, I was just demonstrating. Somebody asked me how quick can you take trades, you know, in the simulator. So I took the trade in AMC. It was virtually instant. But you know, looking here, 35 cents. So I'm 35 cents. So since I exited it, and I just exited it just to show how quick you could exit too. Since I exited it, it's popped 35 cents. Obviously, that was, you know, you want to see a big negative number. You don't want to see like $2.28, you know, from where you exited. Here is the link to get into our YouTube room when I take my break in about a little over 5 minutes. Okay. You want to head over there. Again, you have a lot. If you have a lot of questions about Brokerage Plus, the strength alerts that I just put that link in. Head over there. Say Michael is our expert in all of that. You know, this came in the gap down in reverse for, this is Omer. Now, the only issue is you look at that 200-day moving average sitting right on top of it. You know, 1543, that's not that far away. A lot of resistance. However, can you just see that if it can take this out, look where it could start to go. This is Omer. Had earnings, I think, on the, well, it had it on the 10th. There might be another reason for this downturn here, because it had earnings on the 10th. Back here, no. In fact, there was the reaction. Yeah, so actually there was the reaction. That green candle right there. So there must have been some bad news that happened here or this day. I just don't see it. Yeah, OMI, my goodness, yeah, OMI, this is an all-time high now. Man, I haven't even been able to follow my options plays. Actually, quite a few alerts. Yeah, there's that 200-day. I mean, it got close. 43, 63, so got about 20 cents away from it. Well, guys, here goes costs. Wow, I mean, it's so it is. Well, it should be the same, Laura. Okay, I mean, in the simulator, if you're talking about trading from using this Brokerage Plus window to trade, if you have an interactive broker or E-Trade account, it should be virtually the same using the simulator in terms of speed. But you know what? That's a great question for Michael Nauss. He'll be there in 5 minutes because he uses it all the time. I mean, you're connected directly to your interactive broker's account or E-Trade account, so it should execute exactly the same as if you were trading from within those accounts. Well, this will be a fun video. The video I do at noon in about 5 minutes. Guess what stock? Well, I could have both of them, I guess, GME and also AMC. Yeah, be right back, guys. Be right back. Guys, I'm back. Okay, I'm just waiting for Michael. Laura, you should stick around, okay? Because you can ask that sort of question to Michael. He'll be there in... What time is it right now? 11:58. I'm sure he's going to be there anytime now. Just going to put my announcement in. Are we on my break? Always, always simple moving. Always, always, always. I think it's very rare that people use the EMA on the 200-day. I mean, if you know, I'm not saying it's not used, but I think it's pretty rare. Most people, when they talk about the 200-day, it's always a simple SMA on the daily chart. Earlier, 1240. All right, Michael is there. Hello, Michael. So I'm going to stop. I'll stop streaming right now.
All right, everyone, let's test out the sound here. All right, that works. So then when I do this, you should be able to see my screen there. Let's just readjust that a bit. Perfect. All right, I see it up on the stream. Hello, everyone. How's it going? Sound good? Everything good? Awesome. Okay, so just my speech to begin with for anyone who's new to the room. We like to give Barry a little bit of time off, and we open up the rooms to questions about trade ideas, about trading, you know, kind of whatever you guys want to talk about. Sorry, a little bit out of breath. Was outside playing with the dogs and digging a hole. Hold on. So yeah, we have a whole hour here for questions. We can show off things, show you how to do things. I think this is something really awesome that Trade Ideas does, where you get a different trader every day with a different, you know, style of trading, different thoughts of the market, that type of thing. Myself, I'm very much on the quantitative / technical side. So I'm a CMT, and I've been using Trade Ideas since 2006. I do a lot of things like build the Holly algorithms, you know, test them, make sure they're all working correctly, that type of thing. Whew. So ask away. The more questions you ask, the less will be me waffling on about random stuff, which will be better for everyone. I see a question there already. Let me just read. I want to buy... I want to buy $2,000 shares with a $50 max loss. Can you clarify that a bit? You can't buy both $2,050 or $2,000 and also it'd be 2,000 shares, right? So you got both dollars and shares there. But let's say you just wanted to buy 2,000 shares and you want it to risk $50. Well, that's where some good old math will help you out. Let's bring up the calculator. Come on. Windows. All right, so if you're going to buy, if you're risking $50, and you're going to divide that by 2,000 shares, if that's 2,000 shares, what you're after, then you're going to risk 2.5 cents, which I think you would never, ever get away with because, right, it's... Okay, $2,000, right? I don't think you'd ever get away with 2.5 cents share. So it's the same on a percentage basis, right? So if you're buying $2,000, well, what's $50 over $2,000, right? You're risking, times that by 100, you're risking 2.5%. So you don't even need to. The only time that this risk management section based on stop loss makes sense is if you're buying a different quantity of shares or a different dollar amount every time, right? Just sit back and think about how the math works. If you're always buying $2,000 and you want to risk $50, then you're always risking 2.5%. So instead of complicating your life and making it based on stop loss, just go in here and pick percent and put in 2.5%. Now, remember, if you're trading stocks $10 or less, you have to do this math before you start trading, right? Not after you start trading. If you're trading something that's less than $10, you're risking less than 2.5 cents, which would just never work in the real world, right? So make sure that if you want to buy $2,000 worth and you want to risk $50 worth, that you understand that in certain scenarios, right? If you're trading a $5 stock, your stop's going to be 1.5 cents, right? And I'm sure you've studied how bid-ask spreads and things like that work. You're going to get triggered in, stopped out instantly, right? Because it's just, you're buying at the ask, and then the bid is going to be more than likely 1 cent or more away, and you're going to get stopped out instantly. So make sure you run this math before you start doing that kind of stuff. But that'd be the easiest way. If you're buying a fixed amount of shares or a fixed dollar amount, then you can just back into what your math works like, right? Again, this based off stop loss only makes sense if you're buying a variable amount of shares or a variable amount of dollars each day, right? It's like, you've got your algebra, right? So you've got your dollar. Let's do this one. So you got your dollar amount you want to buy. You've got your risk, right? And then you've got how much you're willing to lose, right? If this and this are fixed, then it's going to be this. It's going to change. If that and that is fixed, then it's going to be that's going to have to change, right? So that's how that works. So again, if you're buying $2,000 worth and you're risking $50, well, you're risking 2.5% on every trade. So you're better off doing 2.5% on every trade. Again, just a warning, anything under $100, you may have an issue only risking 2.5% on every trade. What does the stock composite rating imply? Okay, so the stock composite rating is basically a mathematical kind of filter that I put together with Andy. And essentially what it does is it assigns values based off of certain things that occur in a stock. So, for example, sit back and think, if the stock is over the 200-day moving average, give it 2 points, right? If the 50-period moving average is over the 200-period moving average, give it another 5 points. That's from the technical side. And then we go into the fundamental side where we say, hey, if the company makes money, then give it 5 points. If the company's made more money this year than it did last year, give it 5 points, right? If the company pays a dividend, give it a couple points. So this addition, and let me just show you just something so we have something to point at. So all of this addition basically ranks stocks based off of all of these metrics. So if you see a rank of 83, for example, you know that this company is strong technically, strong fundamentally, or some sort of combination of both. And when it gets higher and higher, like DKS with a 99, that means it's both strong technically, it's both strong fundamentally. All of that is going for it. So it's a good way to keep, especially new traders, it's a good way to keep people out of junk. If you're now note, right, it's got a cap of 100 and it's got a lower cap of, I say, 30. So if you're buying stuff that's, that 20 to 30 area, it means you're probably bottom fishing. You're buying more junky stocks that don't make money, and that they're technically broken. And again, it doesn't mean that they can't work. It's all just what's your trading plan. But when you look at something like this, what you're going to find is a lot of stocks that are just strong. And then from there, you can go through and you can say, okay, well, I know this stock is strong technically and fundamentally and all of these things. Now let me then apply technical analysis, right? Just looking at HGen, you can see a little bit of a breakout here. So this one may be interesting on the daily, but that's basically the long and short of it. Is it takes all of these metrics, these proprietary metrics that we built, and then just ranks them. So, for this Funko to be 87, before I even bring up the chart, I know that this stock is going to be in an uptrend, because the way we have it set is the thing that drives kind of the most value of these stocks is going to be some sort of a daily uptrend, right? Same if I look at ASO, right? This is going to be in some sort of a daily uptrend. It is. You can see I actually own a little bit here. So that's how that works. Regarding strength alerts, can I sign up to receive regular emails with my membership? I realize they're in the channel bar, but I just prefer an email. We don't have that back end capability right now, Kev. We're going to work on it where the email is going to go out to subscribers as well. But for now, if you're a full Trade Ideas subscriber, you either have to also be a TI Strength alert subscriber or just check inside of the product. But we're working to make that a possibility. It just has to do with all of this back end stuff on how we monitor clients and that type of thing. But speaking of strength alerts, it's actually been doing pretty well. Let's actually take a look at those. We'll duplicate them and configure and kind of get rid of all this. And then we'll just go. So these are kind of all of them to date. DVAX is interesting. So DVAX was called back here. It popped up for a couple days and then didn't do much, but it's been holding this support. I've been watching these a lot. It's been holding this support well. So I'm watching this consolidation. If we break over 8, I may buy some, see if we get a pop to 10. If it breaks under this, I may see if we, and Cake is doing well today. Oh, that's good. So that held support as well. So the thing I'm noticing with these strength alerts thing is even if they don't break out from the level that the algorithm picks, which the algorithm is still doing very, very well on its own, there seems to be, they just relatively strong stocks. So, buying support seems to be working with them dramatically. APO, for example, is one that I'm still watching from this week. That type of thing. Hey, Sam, how do I add strategies today P&L in the Brokerage Plus? They remove them somehow. First, let me get you, make sure you guys have this. This is a Brokerage Plus walkthrough, step by step, everything you need to know, kind of slowly over time. So you'll make sure, just take that and save it so that you have it later. That's a thing that I put together, so it's current and up to date, and we'll show you that. To load in strategies, you just right click in any of the blue space, right? Make sure you're not clicking on any of the text, but just in the blue space here, you just right click and load from cloud, and you can grab your strategy right from the cloud. If you're not, if you don't have your strategy in the cloud, I would suggest obviously doing that. And then from there, just go through and just add them in. So load from cloud, again, it will walk you through how to do it in that video step by step. The beauty of a video is you can pause it, make sure fast forward if it's going over something you don't care about, that type of thing. But yeah, just save whatever strategy you want to the cloud, load it from the cloud, or you can obviously go new strategy and then go and put them in here as well, right? Pick what account you want it to be associated with. I'm only connected to my SIM account right now. for this demo. Entry time, all of that. Just kind of go through as things go through. They're very good overall read. I'm really enjoying it. Thanks, Gav. The TI strength was a lot of work. It took months to go through and run that back test for 5 years. We forward tested it for about a year before it actually went live. I'm kind of enjoying doing it too, right? I just sit on Saturdays with a cup of coffee and fill it out, and away it goes. And most people seem to be happy with it. There's those out there that are wondering why they're not millionaires yet, but those, you can't really satisfy those people. How do I add alerts properly when price alerts. Okay, let's actually do a couple here. We'll delete these. And so all you do is you make sure you put it away from price. If it shows triggered right away, then that means you've put it like right near price. So for example, blue here, I've been watching this for a few weeks. I'm interested if it breaks this level. So I hover my mouse here and I stop. Then I right click and create price alert. And then just check at all of the, the data and the language here. So for example, yes, I'm interested on the long side, right? If I click short, this would trigger right away because it's below that price. I want to make sure it says price rises to 32.11 and that the price is currently 30.98, and I can modify this as I need to, put any notes or anything like that, and just click save. And you see blue pops up right here, and it will say working. Now, if I were to, for example, let's just look at GameStop here, and then we right click, and then I'll click this, and then if I want to make it long and say direction this way, then that should trigger when it comes down to it, right? So I did that the other way around. Instead of needing the price to rise, I need the price to fall, but it's still long. So I hope that helps. But yeah, it's best way to do it is just buy on the chart itself, because it's just so quick just to right click and go create price alert. In this case, it'd be a short, so I can just click it there, and you can see it will just say working until the thing triggers. Now, one thing I'll note, get out of here, Windows. All right, just reading one. For the one-click strategies, how do I have it execute on the open? I've tried to send orders before the market open. They do not fill. Well, they will, right? Make sure that you're trading something liquid on the open, because things will only fill if there's a bid-ask there. Make sure you're not using market orders. Make sure you're not using stop limit orders. Make sure you're not using stop loss orders in any way, shape, or form. They just don't work in the pre-market, which I'm sure you've found from your study. That's not a thing with your broker. That's just worldwide, right? Those things just don't work on in the pre-market. So I can't show you here because not pre-market. As long as you're sending out a limit order and only a limit order, it will work fine. Again, making sure that there's enough liquidity to fill that order, which again, it's bid-ask spread and that type of thing, which is just basic market mechanics. But yeah, usually if it's not filling, then it's because you've got some sort of stop order attached and your broker just cancels them because you cannot do market orders within the pre-market. That's a never can. I don't know if you ever will be able to kind of thing. And for good reason, because a lot of people would get in a lot of trouble because the liquidity in the pre and post market so bad that if you did put out a stop order, sometimes spreads can widen out dollars in the pre and post market. So you'd get hit pretty hard there. But I placed some pre-market trades this morning. I just made sure I did the limit orders only with no attached market orders for those reasons. And everything worked perfect. The other thing is, again, make sure your broker allows you to trade pre-market. Sometimes you have to ask for permission, that type of thing. But the main culprit I usually see is just that people don't fully get that they're of the orders that they're allowed to execute, the orders that they're not allowed to execute in the pre-market. That's where I see most problems with pre-market trading come through. And I highly suggest studying those rules, obviously, before putting any market or any money to risk, right? You'd want to make sure that you know what you can do and what you can't do and when before you're placing trades, of course. So this GME is going to be interesting. It's all going to hinge, I think, on earnings. You can see down here we have earnings tomorrow morning. I think that's going to be that. It may be the biggest rug pull of all time if they're sucking everyone in for kind of one last hurrah before it tanks. I have it in here in my sim account kind of just to watch it, but if something crazy happens through earnings, it may be the rocket that all these guys have been looking for. Is there a way to erase all or some previous trend lines? There's no way to do them in bulk. That's something that we've requested internally as well, so I'm sure they're going to build that in for us, but for now, the only way to get rid of old trend lines is just to click on them. And when you see this little box come in here showing that it's highlighted, just hit delete and it will go away. Oh, I'm on a virtual machine, so my delete key is different. But that's the only way to do it right now. We are looking to build in. There's a whole bunch of additions coming to the chart fairly soon that will make drawing trend lines and everything way easier, I think. And we're hoping to do that as well, because I'm the same way, where I every now and then I bring up a chart that I haven't seen in 6 months, and there's all these trend lines and everything drawn all over the place, and they're not really relevant anymore. So I want to make sure that they're gone, kind of thing. But yeah, that's an improvement on its way in the near future for sure. Look at this F-Tech. I've been watching this thing for a while. I like higher low plays myself. I like stocks that are in downtrends, right? You can see this thing's obviously in a downtrend, put in a low, and then broke up a bit. And then if this is a higher low, that's usually when I try to snag them. So for it to technically be a higher low, it's got to get all the way above, what's that, 215. So we'll see if that's gonna occur or not. It's got to, obviously from here to 215, it's a 20% gain it's got to make just to get there, but I'm gonna put that on list. And again, just to go for our price alert conversation earlier, we can just right click and add price alert, and away you go. Is there a way to create a list of stocks that I want to trade on the open, where all I have to do is right click or buy or sell, depending? Yeah, you can make lists all kinds of ways. Best way is just this price alerts feature, right? Go into the symbols you want, and then, right, so say if I want to watch ASO in the morning, I'd put that, I'd right click at where I'm interested in watching it and grab the price alert, and then you can see they're all down here. So I can just click, it will show you what the current price is, and you can trade them right from here if you want. You can just right click and click trade. Let me grab you the intro course too as well. That might help with some of these intro questions when you get time. Just one of those things you can fast forward and rewind and do all that when people are offline. Yeah, that's an easy one. But yeah, anywhere that you see a symbol within trade ideas, you can right click on it to trade it, right? So you can either trade it right from this list if you want. You see the trade option right there. You can go through and click on this guy right here and then just trade that as you want as well. So that's a pretty easy one. But yeah, so if you see it, you can also create a alert window, and then just as they come through the alert window, click through it as well. In that playlist I sent you there, they'll teach you how to make your own symbol lists. And when you make your own symbol lists, you can then you can use those as well. Many different ways to just trade off lists. It's something I do a lot. I build all my lists the night before, and then when I come in the day, I don't really need to scan for much. I already know kind of what I'm looking at. Laura's asking basically the speed difference between IB and our simulator. I would say IB's faster than our simulator. So we put a kind of a natural delay into our sim just to make sure it's not cheaty, right? There's some sims out there where you can get filled anywhere. And what happens is you get a lot of people building up a lot of false confidence of how well they do on the sim, and then they go live. So I would say in most cases, assuming the stocks that you're trading are, of course, liquid and all the basic market mechanics stuff, I would say IB's executions are better. There's a lot of things I don't like about IB. I don't like their platform. Haven't had the best luck with their customer service, but their executions are great. It's one of those you get what you pay for type of thing. So if you're with a free broker versus one that you got to pay a little bit for, you can go from there. B plus, do you put percentage for a trailing stop? Does it move up? Yep, it will move up just like a normal trailing stop will. So every penny the symbol ticks up, it will pop up from what your original offset is. And then if the price reverses, it will reverse as well. How long do you keep the stocks for the TI Strength archive list? How does it display on the chart? It should just display as a stop loss. It will probably only move every time you click through a symbol, but right. So let's just do it. Let's just grab a Apple and let's take this one, and we're gonna change this, just the risk here. Make sure it's pointing to the sim, which it has to be. Go into risk management, and then do a trailing stop percentage, and let's do 5. And then we'll buy some Apple, stop there. So there's the stop loss. So if Apple moves higher, this thing will tick higher penny by penny. And if it doesn't, then it goes down. It will stop us out. Right? Just very basic. I've never met anyone that's used these kind of barbaric trailing stops effectively, but maybe you got a plan out there. Yeah, sorry. So the TI strength list, how long we keep them active. For now, we're just thinking a quarter. We're not, when they're no longer relevant, we're not putting them out because we haven't back tested anything longer than holding them for a week. And now I'm currently working through a back test of holding them for a month, and it seems like you get almost the same result for 1 quarter of the work, which is super interesting. But right now we're just leaving them there for a week, and then if that occurs, if a week goes by, then away we go. How do you cannot, Fernando, you cannot move moving average as a stop loss. I would check out this intro to Brokerage Plus. I talk all about what you can use as a stop and what you can't in great detail there. So you cannot have it trail behind a moving average. Not yet. For that, we need to be able to host our own orders, which means more server tech and things like that. It's one of those that we can only send orders that IB will recognize, and they don't recognize trail behind a moving average type of thing. Can you share that gap play scan I saw in one of your videos? I have made hundreds of videos over 10 years. I just don't know which one you're talking about, to be honest. Can Brokerage Plus simulated traded be connected to IB paper account? Yep, just make sure that when you're signing on to Interactive Brokers, you have that splash screen at the beginning that says, do you want to sign on to live or paper? You have to pick paper, and then you'll be good to go. You can't be signed on to the live IB account and the paper at the same time, so note that. Now you can be signed on to live IB and paper Trade Ideas account, and you can do that, but you can't be signed on to the live account and the paper account with IB at the same time. So when you're going through and you're doing that setup that's in the video I just sent there, I talk about how you connect to paper versus how you connect to live. There's a little port setting that you have to change, but once you do that and once you're signed on to the paper side of things, away you go. But yeah, just note that you can't sign on anywhere else either. You can't sign on to your phone and check your live account. You can't sign on to another computer and check your live account. You're locked into paper if you're going to trade paper, which is why what I do a lot of, like this particular account you guys are looking at is just a paper account. It's the layout I just used to present with. But when I'm done here, what I end up doing most of the time is this. I'm not taking these trades randomly. Well, except Apple, I took randomly. But most of these trades are from strategies that I'm working on and developing and building. And what I do there when I'm on my real account is I make sure that under the accounts tab here, anything that I'm testing, anything that I'm paper testing, I can point to the sim, and then anything I want to trade live in my real account, I can point to my real account. So what I end up doing a lot of is trading the stuff that I know works for me and makes sense for my trading. I trade that in my live account, and then anything that I'm considering adding a trading plan for, because again, if you're not trading with a trading plan, you're just straight gambling. I test that trading plan first, and then if I can reliably over time track the paper trading results and they end up being worthwhile to deploy capital to, then the beauty of that is instead of having to go back and reset everything up, I just go back into the strategy and I'll just click and I will just change the account. I'll just point to my real account. And then when I sit down the next day, I just do the same thing that I was doing on the paper side of things, on the real side of things. And I end up getting this, this great kind of seamless transition from this is a strategy that I've been testing. And again, all the trades from here, except that Apple one, it's the only one losing money, are all from this new system that I'm developing. If it continues to hold true, then I'll switch it live. And again, that seamless jump from paper to live, I think is really, really cool because you don't have to guess. AXTA, I just got an alert for. Nice pullback here. Question, what's smart stop dollar versus smart stop percentage in filter for Brokerage Plus? Well, again, I would really take a look at that intro video there, Fernando. I talk in great detail about why you cannot use percentages in your stop loss filter. But it's the same number. It's just converted from dollars to percentage. So stop loss dollars is just an algorithm we put together to kind of guess how much of a stop you could deal with. Stop loss percentage is just the percentage version of that. But again, I talk in great detail in that intro video about why you cannot use percentages when you're using filters and why that is and how the math works and why to avoid it and all that. So really good video, I think, for these kind of introductory questions to set up your stop loss. So the smart stop, again, it just uses roughly, say the last 15 to 30 minutes of action. It says, okay, the stock moves around roughly this much, so we think you'd get away with this kind of a stop. It is more or less how it works, right? If it's a really volatile stock, the smart stop's going to say, hey, you should, put 70, 50, 75 cents out, something like that. If it's a very slow moving stock, it might say, hey, you can get away with 25 cents, and it will adjust as things go. But yeah, it's make sure you're using the dollar amount, not the percentage amount, without getting into all the math again here. It's in the video there. It will break everything if you try to end up doing too much dollar amounts. But back to this AXTA, I'm just looking at my other account. I may purchase some here. I just like the pullback we're getting to this kind of support area here. I could pick some up here, and then if we break under these lows, I'd be wrong, right? And this is, again, if you want to know how I trade personally, I don't care about anything other than the fact that this would be kind of my risk on the trade, and I think I could get this, so I'm risking something like that to get something like that. So if I think there's a 50-50 chance that this thing could push higher a bit, that's basically how I trade. Is just pure kind of risk reward type plays. Ooh, CHK looks interesting as well. Just came through an alert. What's the no short float? Oil. And oil's been doing very well. Just the dirty energy's been doing very well. That one could be interesting. I like that CHK better than the other one, that's for sure. Just looking at my portfolio, seeing how loaded up I am and whether I wanna add to it. My TDUP might be dying out. I've been in this guy since around 20 here, so I'm gonna watch. Maybe be time to get out of that guy and into CHK. And that's, I guess, another little glimpse into the way I trade is, I look at the market and I say, okay, obviously bullish, right? Obviously been bullish since, last time there should have been any kind of fear, I guess, in this market would have been between September and end of the year. So whatever on the since the breakout of this downtrend line, so you're talking November last year, whatever happened November last year, ever since then it's been pretty bullish now. But I look at it and I say, well, this 420 area is very interesting on the market, and I want to see it kind of get above that before I want to get too long. So then I go down, I look at my portfolio, I say, well, CHK is looking nice. Well, what sector is CHK in? Well, that'd be in the XLE. And I look at that, and that actually looks pretty good too. It's pulled back a little bit. It seems to be kind of holding this level right here. So the market looks pretty strong, but it's at resistance. XLE looks good, and it's pulled back to a level there. And then I look at CHK, and that came through an algorithm that I have that looks for push up like that. And it looks like, again, it's one of those things that if this is just kind of basing a high type base and it's going to push higher, then a lot of people get involved. Kev says he was in 2018. Do you want me to go back that far, or can we? Didn't it? Yeah, this one reorganized or something like that, didn't it? Was it a bankruptcy restructuring? I remember it wasn't like CHK, wasn't it like $1 stock at some point? There's some story here that I'm forgetting. Just rings a, you look at so many stocks, but it just rings a bell that it was beaten up a while back. Now it's doing okay. Reverse split or something. Yeah, it I don't care. Just to be clear, like I'm a CMT, I'm a quant. I trade. I saw it come through an algorithm that's got a decent win-loss risk reward. I look at the chart and then I make sure that there's nothing in the way, and I just get out of the way. The news doesn't interest me at all. For me anyway, I found that it's a much more calming existence when you don't participate in any news. You don't, I don't really focus on that at all. I just want to laser in on the chart because I kind of believe everything is going to be shown there. I avoid news. So, for example, like GME, I bought some more of this yesterday. A lot of people who follow me know I've been trading this for a while. I bought a bit, not yesterday, the day before, right here. And then I'm, selling chunks out here because earnings is coming. So it's one of those that I know I avoid news, but I don't try to seek what the news is personally. Take a look at HVT. Sure. Oh, that's a nice looking candle today. The weekly. Yeah, I've been looking more and more at weeklies. I don't know if it's because I'm just becoming an old man, but just looking at the daily, right? You've got this symmetrical triangle since you got a big strong push up, and then you've been dealing with the symmetrical triangle since April, which is a long time. So what I would kind of look at is this downtrending line to see if we're going to break up. I do like that you're over 45, which seems to have been an important level here. And it's all of this base going on right here. So it's good, just looking at this time frame, I'd say as long as you're above 45, you're probably good. Let's go. In the new charts, I've seen them. There's a faster way to change time frames, which I'm super pumped for. Yeah, this one looks clean, just up, and then we've got same type of look here, right? Just consolidation going on here. We have evening star, right? So an evening star plays is, right, big strong push up, and then doji, and almost like a perfect doji, closed right in the middle, and then a down day, right? So evening star at the top of a trend in an overbought condition generally is considered bearish. Now, what I like to do is I like to look at very typical patterns like that and look to see when and if they fail. Brian Shannon, who's kind of a personal trading mentor of mine, always says from failed moves come fast moves, right? So if this evening star looks to fail, you may have a shot to the 50 anyway. Do you learn candlesticks during your CMT designations? Oh yeah, they go through candlesticks a lot of actually candlestick patterns that I hadn't heard of even before I became a CMT. I've been trading for 10 to 15 years now, so there was ones that I didn't hear of. 3-line strikes, separating line plays, all of these. So your typical hammer doji, that type of thing, golfing, that type of thing, but you actually learn a lot of really cool stuff that is different to what you normally trade, which is one benefit I think of the CMT for people who may not even want to use it as an employment thing. It pulls you outside your comfort zone, makes you look at a bunch of stuff that you'd never normally look at. Most of it I'm not going to use. Cycle analysis I think is dumb. things like that. But just being exposed to different things, I think, is super helpful. Can I create a list of stocks in an alert window that indicates which direction the price is moving real time? Yeah, so you'll just create a symbol list. So that intro course that I sent you there, let me just paste that again. They'll go over symbol lists, I think, in 201. All you have to do is go tools and symbol lists, right? Create a new symbol list, put whatever symbols you want in there, and then go to whatever alert window you want. When you're in the configure screen, go to the symbol list tabs and then find that list and just tick it. Away you go. But again, a lot of these, I would take the time with these intro questions and make sure you go through that. They'll talk about a little different. You can do the symbol list in the program, but you can also do it, and I can't log in because you'll see a bunch of stuff in my back office. But if you go to our website and you log into your account there, there's a symbol list section there too. I kind of like doing it from the website because as soon as you have this symbol list box open, you can't really click and interact with the rest of the program. So go to the I always like to go to the website, and they'll show you again how to do that in the video. But if you go to the website under your accounts, there's a symbol list section where you can edit those as well. I don't know what question you're referring to. You had a couple there. Is there a way to add my own list to the T window drop down list? Are you talking about the, I think I know, one of when it's like this guy? So under recent settings, it should have any recent ones that you have here that you've done. It's not really super reliable. What I would do, these are kind of the built-in ones as well. You can take to anything in recent, you'll take a look at here. I think you're better just going into and loading them from the cloud, because then you'll get more of the settings, because the recent thing will just kind of rotate as things go by. Yeah, I can get you the table. So just FYI, I stole this from Steve and Andy. This is kind of their baby. It's basically just looking for stocks that are that high score that we talked about earlier, which is why I opened it, and just filtered by short float. So anything on that list will be both strong technically and fundamentally, but then also heavily shorted, right? So you see ASO, and if I click on that, you can see, yeah, this one's, strong. Quarterly earnings growth is positive, so they're making money year over year, and then they've got a 26% short float. So that's kind of the premise of it here. And I like it because you can get a lot of things that have that catalyst of moving. So you can... it's good to have a reason for the stock to move in a short float while you're seeing it in GME, right? There's the reason that GME is up here where it is because these kids just refuse to sell, and it's heavily shorted still, right? All the conspiracy theories about being made up shares and that kind of stuff, we'll see about that. I don't really take part in most of that, but I posted this on Twitter too. For any of you GME guys, just again, I'm rooting for them. I hope they stick it to the system. I am involved a little bit. I bought some in through here. I'm going to protect that price, obviously, be out most into earnings, just because, again, this could be the greatest rug pull of all time. But you've got this top, right? And then after this, you have like 80% down move. And then you got this top, and then you've got this 50% down move. So if we see another one of those big topping tails and a down push, then at some point, not all of them, I think there's a lot of people who just bought GME in this area and just they're in it forever type of thing. But the people that are trading it, if it fails, there's a lot of evidence that it will fail big. So I think you're going to get a lot of people to go on and participate in that, and it's easily shortable in IB, so it's probably easily shortable in most places as well. So just again, be careful with earnings coming out. Just talking specifically to the GME people, I like the story. I like the stick it to the man type of thing. It's kind of what we do at Trade Ideas, is we try to give tools that professionals would have to the everyman and the retail trader, and then that person can build their own strategies and put in the work and the grind with our tools, and if they do, they'll do well, and the people that don't want to put in the work and the grind, they don't. But I just worry about them. It's one of those. I hope they rocket it to $1,000 and everyone becomes rich and it's this big wealth distribution thing that they want it to be. But the odds have got to be 10% that that's going to happen. Oh, it's also in the trader's vault. Okay, that makes sense. So yeah, if you guys don't know, I won't go into it now because I don't have this layout saved the way it is and it'll mess everything up. But if you go down to, where's the A table? Or not the A table, trader's vault, right here. So this one right here, if you load, you know what? Screw it. Let's do it. It'll look bad when I go back, but maybe I just won't go back to that layout. You can see this layout doesn't look very good. It's just got a whole whack load of scans in it. But what this is basically all of the scans that we're using internally, that the traders are using. You can see the A table right here. Horseshoe up, horseshoe down, that type of thing. Bull flag setups. Basically, if we use the scan a lot and we talk about it a lot, we put it in here. Right, so that's the way that it's basically most things are going to be in here. So the scan that we're talking about is just this A table. So just go to your channel bar and click on the trader vault. You can see it there. Again, it just uses the score thing and says, hey, this stock has a strong score. And with that strong score, things are heavily shorted. So it's strong and it's heavily shorted. So if it pushes, maybe it gives that kind of catalyst. I found the gap play test. Yeah, if you can paste it in there, go ahead. Again, how long ago is it would be my first question. Because my trading strategies change, dramatically based off what's kind of happening in the market, right? So it may be something that I don't even really utilize much anymore. I don't see a link there. I don't know if you'd be able to post a link. Maybe send it to me at Twitter. There's my Twitter handle. I almost guarantee I won't have it anymore. Again, look at when the video was published. Yeah, because I think I'm looking June 4th, 2020. Yeah, so a year ago. I don't know. Let's see if I have any gap scans from a year ago. I got this one. Let me see if it's this one. The channel with all the scans in it is just called the Traders Vault. So the picture is just a key. Yeah, big key right here. So it's right below Short Squeeze and right above Swing Ideas. And again, we update it periodically, maybe every few months or so. And just with whatever, we go around our little trading chat room we have internally with trade ideas with the traders there and just say, hey, what are you using? And everyone just kind of contributes to to it there. And then we go from there. So what is else going on in the market? Not a whole lot, eh? How's my CHK doing? It's looking interesting. I want some sort of a pullback to buy into, which means that I won't get a pullback to buy into because that's just kind of how things work. Anytime you want to pull back, you never get it. Oh, Fubo breaking out here. And GameStop, again, I'm watching this one closely just because if this turns into a shooting star and then we get bad earnings tomorrow, I may look to short this one for a swing. Just, if we completing these lower highs, this is something that I would probably do with options, just because you want to cap your risk in case something like that happens. You would just, but again, we have these big spike ups and they're met with selling, these big spike ups and they're met with selling. So if this is another big spike up and then it's met with selling, especially with earnings, it might be a good time to see maybe you could target right down here, which would be almost being cut in half. And then if that lets loose, then, good luck. But again, they just don't sell. And it really is kind of art of war type thinking. If you don't sell, it's right here. So Traders Vault, it's right under Short Squeeze, right above Swing Ideas, which is above Weed Watchers and Stock Surging. So it's right in the middle of those guys. Let's turn that a nice green color. So it's right there. And the Traders Vault. So again, every few months, and this actually reminds me, it might be time to go through and remind the guys to update it again. But it's basically just we ask, hey guys, what are you using? What are you scanning for? And everyone just gives their cloud links, and we just throw them all in there so that when people ask for stuff that we like, we can do that. But every channel is something that we like. It's just the Traders Vault is kind of just an indiscriminate dump of everything. And then the rest of them, have to be themed, right? So the short squeeze one, you're going to find a bunch of stocks that are short squeezing, right? Your momentum one, you'll find that, you know, Wall Street bets, right? This is probably a good one to watch right now with the meme stocks coming back into favor. And we have these, which are kind of basically whatever's being talked about on stock twits, we just put in here. AMC and GME are the defaults because they're the biggest, but we'll see. Again, this feels, and as a quant technician, feels probably isn't the right term, but this just kind of feels like a feels like it could be a rug pull this time. It's like, how many times can you get these people excited before they just capitulate at that point? All right, so we got another minute or two. If there's any more questions, let me know. Did I? Yeah, I did give you that. I don't know if that was ended up being the scan, but it's one of those. I just have so many scans and algorithms and that type of thing. I'm very much I'd rather take 100 trades a day from different scans and stuff, very, very small, than to take just a couple big. And kind of the same kind of with my swing trading, where, you know, I'll buy 1,000 shares of a stock, and then if it goes up, I'll sell 900 shares of the stock and keep 100 and do some sort of covered call writing or something against that. So in both my day trading and swing trading account, I just have tons and tons of symbols from different names and that type of thing. But it's one advantage that I have, being able to watch this stuff all day. All right, now Barry's probably going to want to kick me out at some point. So as always, right, if you enjoy these, we do them every single day. Every day the market's open from 12 to 1 Eastern. And, you know, come ask questions, different person every time. So if there's, you know, someone that you gravitate towards that you like better than others, just know that they'll be there at that time and at that day. We try to keep the day consistent, you know, and all of that. So again, it was always cool to come out. I always like chatting with everyone. And I think Barry's clamoring to come get me. Hold on one moment, guys.
So you see what I did on the LIZI. Remember I said I was going to put an alert at the high there. It triggered, then it popped right back down, and then it went right back up. So, you know, I'm in and out of this one. I don't trust it at all, but it was, you know, for me, a little scalp. I mean, did it get up to 641? Spread was okay, but you had to be really quick. Now, I may come right back. It may come right back, but You know, for me, that was just a quick little hitter, waiting on a price alert. PRVB, guys, this might be interesting. PRVB, this is one that I had some hope for after hours, but PRVB, there is a red bar ignored right there. There is a 15-minute chart. There's your trend. There's your 15-minute candle, totaling out by the previous green candle. The trigger would have been about 9:43, so it's not that far away. This could continue up. This is a possible continuation pattern. You have a trend, a pause in the trend, continuation in the trend. Okay, Lara, I don't know. Okay, you guys hear me in YouTube now? I think what's happened is that you are, just give me a moment here, properties. Just give me a moment here. I know there's something I've checked. Ah. I'm just trying to find out where that is for you, Laura. I can't remember because I know there's a way in which you get rid of all this. I just have the X. I thought it would be in properties. Small borders. I think you've got checked. I think Laura, if you right click and on your chart, go to properties. I believe you've probably got, yeah, that's what you've got. You've checked small borders. Okay, and that'll give you just the X. So if you go back to your chart, right click, properties, and uncheck the small borders, then you'll have the minimize. Okay? Haven't done that for so long. Okay, Laura, did you get that? Boy, BBW, what an awesome alert from the option scanner. 11:34, 12:21 right now. There was the alert. Wish I could have paid a little more attention to that today, but lots of other stuff going on. That was the problem. Okay, good. Don't forget to save your work, okay? Anytime you make any, not just to you, Laura, but anytime you make a change, the question she had was, you know, she only had the X in a chart. Okay, you notice I don't have in this chart, I don't have the minimize or the get as big as you can. Okay, so if you right click properties and then uncheck that small borders, jeez. There you go, uncheck the small borders and this all comes back. But don't forget to save your work at the end. You know, when it says file and exit, you want to save your layout, I would say yes. Because every change you make, it will not be saved if you don't save your work at the end of the day. Yeah, one man's junk is another man's gold, Zach. I know you can't hear me, but it's funny, because I get people sometimes asking me, why would you ever buy that ABC company? They were bankruptcy, there were lawyers chasing them, on and on and on. I say, yeah, but today, it went up 100%. You can't, you just have to trade what is presented to you. I don't know how profound that was, Bernd, but it's the old every dog has its day sometimes, it's that simple. All right, guys. Well, my alerts have slowed down. And of course, I'm still waiting on this. Again, all I'm going to tell everybody is for VSTM, put a price alert at about 410, okay? I don't know if it'll happen today, and it may never happen. But if it happens, you just kind of see what could happen, okay? I mean, it's just had the big day 2 days ago, kind of rested yesterday, resting today. I mean, it may be over. I mean, it may not do anything now, but look at the volume 2 days ago. I mean, I don't know what it was, 40 or 50,000 or 50 million. So, you don't have to stare at it. Just put a price alert and forget about it. Boy, this Omer, I'm not Omer, oh me, oh my. Another little pullback, another pop. Ah, I see. Okay, paradox. Yeah. Yeah, I post on Twitter just the pre-market stuff, and I guess my video. That's it. I'm not on Twitter other than that. I'm not in Reddit. I'm not in anything else either. But you got to be just if you're going to be in doing this sort of stuff, it's good to have at least some understanding about why things are moving. That's a general comment, not directed to you specifically, but. Well, there's the high. This is the only way I would trade an IPO the day of if it takes out that high at some point. Let's just take a look at Fly W. I want to see who's behind it. You guys said earlier you're having problems with that IPO link. I'm not sure why. Okay, so here it is. So here's Fly W. So 10.4 at 24. So that's a nice gap up. Aha, so we've got JP Morgan, Goldman, Citigroup, and Bank of America. So we have some big heavyweights behind it. And then the co-managers, we've got a bunch of co-managers so that are pretty big. So this is something, and it's only 10 million and at 24. Contrast that with the Otley, which was about 40 million. The Otley still has not moved, even though the pedigree is huge behind OTLY, but it still has not moved. Not move. When I say not move, it has not taken out the high of the second day. Still have that alert set up here. Maybe one day it'll take out that high. Maybe it'll do like a Playboy. Remember Playboy? So for a month it did nothing. Actually 5 weeks. 5 weeks it did nothing. Yeah, I still have some of it left. I don't have that much of the AMC left, but still have some left in case, again, I always say in case it does the absolute crazy. So, I mean, I'm so happy with this trade. Good thing you didn't short it, value. Excuse me. Oh no, you went. I thought you said you weren't going to short it. Oh. It depends on what news you read, Paradox. You know, if you want to believe the fact that there's a whole ton of unreported shorts with a GME, and that's really the reason. Whether that's true or not, I don't really know, but that's what it's all about. All right, Lara, I'm glad I could help you a couple of times anyway. Did Michael ask your question about the simulation versus trading IB from Brokerage Plus? Hopefully he did. All right, guys, I'm just looking at my other monitor where I have some thumbnail charts to see if anything is interesting happening. Not really. So what's the market doing? So Dow's up, Tech's up, SPY's up. Okay, so we're all up after that first almost hour and a half. We were straight. You know, this started in the pre-market at 8:30. It's pulling it from your top lists, Torp. So if you have, I mean, it's the charts and the single stock window, pulling it from your top lists. You know, the top three, as you have them sorted in each top list. So here it'll go, it's a good idea. So it's going to go to X, see how it went to XLRE? Now it'll go to another top list window. That's all. In fact, I'll just put it on surfing just to see. So, oops. So what's happening here is it is surfing. Okay, I've got it on idea surfing. So what it's doing is it's taking all the top list windows that you may have, even if you have them minimized, but all the top list windows that you have, it'll look at the top 3 as you have them sorted, and it'll cycle through. So that's what happened. You notice that here. It'll come back to it also because it just keeps cycling through all your windows. So once it finishes with one top list window, it goes to the next one. Goes through the top 3. When I say goes through, it loads the chart. So you in theory can just sort of sit back and let the system load charts for you. And if you see something you like, you can go to the chart. It'll pause the surfing, so you can take a little bit longer look at the chart. If you don't want to do anything, you can just back off and it'll resume surfing. In order to stop it from surfing completely, this is just a toggle on and off. Or if you click on an alert, that'll stop it from surfing also. Okay, I'll just leave it on surf mode, and it'll also go through your price alerts window too. Yes, the top three in your price alert window also. And if you have the AI, it'll go through the top 3. And always when I say the top 3, it's as you have them sorted. See, so I'm just letting it surf through my top list windows and my price alerts. And of course, the order of the top list windows could change every 30 seconds. Remember, this gets updated every 30 seconds. So, Nail could become one of the top, as I have them sorted. And then Real probably would add that if your stop is 10 cents away, and it's a legitimate stop, it's not just a made up stop, as in, well, every trade I get into, I have a 10-cent stop. Your expectation has to be, a reasonable expectation has to be that you'll make at least 20 cents on the trade. Some will say 30, in other words, a 1 for 3, like an RR, a 1 for 3, minimum 1 for 2. That has to be a reasonable expectation. So for instance, let me just back this out. Say I decided, you know what? I want to get into this trade right now, 401. But it could easily block at, 8 cents away. So unless I'm putting like a 2-cent stop on, which I would never do, okay? So if I'm putting a 10-cent stop on this, let's just pretend I'd be putting a 10-cent stop on this. This could easily stall about 8 cents away. That's not good risk reward. To risk 10 cents to maybe make 8 cents is not good. But let's just say it broke out over this level right there, 408, and I was able to take the trade at 408. The next highs looking left are up at 467, all right? So let's just pretend I took the trade at 408 and I had an 8-cent stop, a whole number stop. Obviously, now when I say an expectation, I mean it could, without hitting into any sort of chart resistance, it could get up to this level, okay? So what is that? That would be 50 odd cents away. So 8 into 50. You're talking, depending, 6.5 to 7 RR, so that's why I would take that trade. So you don't go into a trade thinking, well, 10-cent stop and I'm hoping to get a nickel out of it. Then you don't take the trade. Now, is there ever a time where you'll see me take a trade and I'll have maybe a 10-cent stop and only get a nickel out of it? Yes, because I may get into it and it may just stall, completely and utterly stall. I don't like what it's doing. Maybe it starts to drift down. So yes, I'll get out with a little bit of profit, but that was not my intention getting into the trade. Boy, this BBW, man, oh man. That's why you always hear me, oh thanks green stuff, why you always hear me saying to look left, look left. I know it's maybe boring, or I know I'm being super repetitive, but that's why I do it. I look left, I look left, I look left to see where is the next resistance area. If I don't see anything on the daily, then I look on the weekly, and then I look on the monthly. If I see a lot of, green on top, like blue sky or whatever, big void as I call it, a big gap, whatever you want to call it, then I say, aha, this becomes a good candidate. Not really, Brian. The reason it doesn't, the question was, does ATR ever come into play with my trading? Not really. Boy, PPW. The reason being is that if I, because most of the stuff I look at is having an abnormal, it's abnormal volatility, it's having an abnormal type of a trading day. So let's just say, for argument's sake, I said, you know what, I'm only going to look at stocks that have had an average of 50 cent ATR or $1 ATR. And I put a filter on that and saying, that's what it's got to be. Well, all of a sudden, the stock that normally only has a 10 cent ATR, but today it's like $2, $3, $4 because it's going crazy. I will get blocked from that. I won't see it. It's the same reason I do not ever use average trading volume. And I'm not saying, look, I'm not ever saying people shouldn't do it, but I just don't do it. Average trading volume, say over the last 10 days, 5 days, month, I don't care. Because if I put, for argument, let's just say as an example, I said, you know what, the stock has to trade at least over the last 5 days or 10 days, 200,000 shares a day on average. Okay, that's fine. The stock that is exploding today, maybe it just doesn't trade very much usually, but all of a sudden today it's exploding. You'll never see that stock. I'm always interested in the ones that are exploding today. I don't care what happened, the days before. Now, how you can use the ATR, though, is do a multiple. Okay, so for instance, on a percentage basis, if you really wanted to find stocks that were trading their, way above their or a multiple of their ATR, we've got a great little filter. I don't use it. It doesn't mean it, a person shouldn't. You can type in change. Where are you? Where are you? Change from the open percent of average true range. So for instance, if you use this and you put 200 as an example here, that means it will have to trade at least double what the average of its true range is. So in that case, you're not fixing what the true range is, like saying has to be a minimum of 50 cents or $1 or whatever, but it's just now it is trading abnormally. As an example. Okay? You can try, so if you're looking, it's another way of looking for abnormality. Oh man is right. Look at RCM now is crashing down and I'm not in it. See, I should have been paying more attention on that 23 break. So that's why I still have my alert set for TVTX just in case later on it decides, you know what, time to really go down here. And so, like the RCM. 9 and 20 moving average. What about support levels? What are you... Sorry, I'm not sure I understand the question, Kev. I don't know if that was a question or... Yeah, today, I mean, the AI's had one, great trade, obviously. Keep an eye on SELB, guys. SELB. This was a flyer in after hours yesterday. Bit of a flyer this morning. And now it looks like it may want to start to move here. 81 million in the float. Yeah, well, good. If I'd seen it, I would have taken it too. I was talking about volume, of course, Kevin. Daily averages on volume. Well, I know that Real uses the 8 EMA. It depends on the time frame, but I know the question as Siri asks is, what is a good average, moving average to follow for stop on long? I know that Real will always be tracking the 8 EMA on the 15-minute chart. He might also look on the 5, I'm not sure, but certainly in the 15. So that's why that's that orange line right there. It's maybe hard to see, but on my 15-minute chart, the orange line is the 8 EMA. That's what he uses. Yeah, I mean, listen, I know there is out there that 9 EMA. Real has used the 8 EMA. I'm not a huge indicator guy, but I will do what he does. Wow, BBW. This has been the stellar earnings play. We actually have a Reddit channel, or, you click on new channel bar, WSB channel, where we're following those stocks. I don't know if it's the midline in the fib indicator or area. I really don't know. I don't use fibs, so I don't know if it is. But look how BBW. See how that 8 EMA is just following it up so far? Is never broken it. So if you got into this trade right here at 11:23, for whatever reason, and then you kept in it because it never broke down below the 8 EMA. Well, it depends on your time frame. You could, in theory, Kev, you know this probably, but this is on the 15-minute chart. But if you look at it on a daily chart, you could do the same thing. If you wanted to take a swing trade, and not let it break down. I'm assuming anyway, real that not letting it break down through the 8 EMA on any time frame. Yeah, the uptick rule would have just triggered, yeah, for RCM. So it'll be a little harder for people to short it. Though when I took it, I didn't have an issue whatsoever. Oh, wait a minute. That was what was no, it was another one, right? Whew, can't remember anymore. Oh, that's right. It was the LRMR. LRMR, broke a little bit of a rule. It was down way more than 10%, of course. I was able to get a short immediately. No, I think he's already in it. Real, he's already in it. He was just saying that now that the uptick rule is in effect, but that's not good because that means it's hard. It'll become harder to short. A little bit harder to short. And that's not my way of saying so you should bail. Okay. $11 trades. I haven't traded 11 times in years. How different are Zach and I? He doesn't hear me, so. Shoot. The PRVB is starting to move a little bit here. A little bit here. Remember I mentioned this one on the red bar ignored? And I should pay a little more attention to it. Starting to move now a little bit. This was, of course, a high flyer yesterday. Got all the way up to 1150 yesterday. I think I have an alert set up here. Yeah, I have an alert set up here for Lizzie. We're on 616. Let's see what happens. This is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Man, this is my big miss for the day, BBW. Great percentage move now. But I just will not chase it. Boy, Boy, the next high looking left on the monthly is 12.15. So I'm sorry, it's above that now. Is 1465 on the monthly chart. Let's back this out on the weekly chart. Let's see if there's something. Hard to see. Yeah, this one. I was interested in this one earlier. The PIRS as a short, but yeah, it's not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. All right. Well, Ulmer made a little bit of a move off that 15 level. A little bit of a move. Just. All right, give me a moment here, guys. I'll be back in about 5 minutes. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, guys, Azul is continuing to move higher here. Now, here's another one. Look at the, now this is an airline. Okay, so this is, most of the airlines look like this. Coming back, high is 24.84. So, I mean, this is now in maybe, no pun intended, uncharted territory right now. I mean, look where it came from, almost $45. It's at $26 right now. Over that whole number, it's gotten rid of all of this today, in this month. And a lot of it just today. I want to see if, wow, I'm still looking to buy bankrupt LATAM Airlines. So that is the news for it. Probably getting it at a fire sale. Yeah, I have no idea what you meant by fair trading for swing trades. That's that doesn't even make sense. All right. Azul, I have to stick an alert up here around the 2608 mark and just see if it can hold this 26, start to move, maybe get some volume and start to fill in this void here. I mean, look at look at what could happen. Look at on the weekly chart. Look what's happened today. It's, it's almost taken all of this out today, or well, this is the week. So what are we? 3 days? But really it's all today. On the news that they might be able to, or looking to take over LATAM. Okay, so this is the Brazil operation, not the entire. Brazilian airline Azul has approached Chile's bankrupt LATAM Airlines Group with the aim of buying its Brazilian operation. Isn't LTM, is that it? No, it's something else. I can't remember what that is. Ramp. You mentioned wrap earlier, Zach. I know something to do with some news that you put out there. So this is not an IPO. This is probably, at least I don't think it is. I think this is just a simple name change. Tiger, T-I-G-R, great continuation off earnings. I don't think it was smooth. Not too bad on the 15s. I mean, there's your trend. There's your ADMA if you follow that up. Even the ADMA on the 2-minute chart. It's kind of on the 5. Yeah, I think we have the same broker. Or maybe we don't. Yeah, it's shortable at IB. Yeah, 1 million shares at IB. You know how to find that though, right? Well, if you have IB, just look underneath the order entry where the symbol is and it says shortable. No, a green dot means it is immediately. A faded green dot means, well, they might locate, and a big red dot means no. Yeah, this OMI has been awesome. I mean, it's been one of the nicest AI alerts. It's out of the price range I typically would trade, but I sort of disregarded it. But this is probably one of the nicest AI alerts on a long time. Just because, look what it's done: pop, rest, pop, little rest, popping. I mean, and not huge, other than that first 15-minute candle, even maybe the second one, but. What you don't really want to see are huge, well, again, if you're in it and it pop, have a huge white candle and it tacks on $10, great. But orderly. So you don't get, people looking at this, oh my gosh, there's a big candle, I better get out. So nice orderly progression up. Look at it on the 2-minute chart. I mean, you don't often see that. No idea. I won't even look, Mark. As I always say, I don't think it matters what alert it came, like what was the name of the strategy. It was from Neil. There are only 4 strategies in Neil. 2 of them are pullbacks, and 2 of them are breakouts. My guess is it was a breakout long. All right, well, TVTX, what's the volume like here? 2.9 million, but most of, look at all the volume at the beginning, but it's just completely and utterly tapered off. So my plan for this one would be if it took out this 1450 area on volume. Okay, I want to see some volume. I'm not just going to take it if it, and it may not do it. Yeah, Piers had some news. That was the Genentech news yesterday. I don't know. I don't see any news on this one. I mean, yeah, I don't see any news on this one. The ASXC. Yeah, this is going to. Yeah, I'll click on that, but that's not. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe today's their presentation, though I would have thought they would say this is on the 20th to present. When is it? All right. Well, that is the news, I guess. Taking place on May the 26th. So I guess at 8. So that is the news. So they presented at this Oppenheimer MedTech Tools and Diagnostics Summit. They presented at 8 a.m. before the market opened, and mild reaction. But then look at this. So whatever they presented, it worked. Well, guys, AMC is basing. I wasn't saying that today. AMC is kind of basing here, looking for a direction. All right, guys, I'll do this one more time before I do leave the room. We still have about an hour left, but I just want to pop in the promotional code. The email says that it will expire tonight, 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Okay, so fair warning. Okay, so again, there is the promotional code to use, test drive 25 for 25% off the first month only, or the entire year. Click on my homepage link. And as I always say, lots of information from my homepage, so I would save the link. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. The stock of the day, sort of two today, obviously, with the GME and the AMC. All the scans I'm sharing, every single scan that I'm sharing is right here. Here's my layout that I'm sharing, if you want the entire layout. Now, all these scans do not make up my entire layout. That'd be crazy. What you see here, plus a couple other scans, make up my layout. All I do here, this is the shared layout. Shared layout in that this is what you see. But I have all sorts of other scans. These are the ones that I use. Pre-market, gap up, gap down, pre-market actives up, pre-market actives down. These are the 4 that I use in the pre-market. Something just, there's that Sul. Okay, I'm going to take a look at it. And Big education section right here. Okay, the 20 lessons, daily support, we've already had it between 12 and 1. Hopefully Gordon, Michael answered your questions. If he didn't, I can't help you. Daily webinars, today's the one that I do attend. They're Monday to Thursday, 5 o'clock Eastern Time. The Q&A on Wednesday with Dan and Brad, co-founders of Trade Ideas. I help out on that one. Educational videos, more information about the AI if you're looking for a little more information. Trade ideas from scratch. Back to basics. Somebody asked the question earlier. If you're brand new to trading, great little video series that Michael did with his wife. What is a stock? Starting off with what is a stock? Trading ebooks that we created. So again, a lot of information on my homepage. Save the link so you can take a look at this later on. Well, if he couldn't answer, I certainly couldn't. I certainly can't. All right, guys. I just mentioned AMC. It looks like it's trying to break out again. Not like to see breaking out on volume, but there's some volume that came in on the 2-minute chart. Wow, look at the volume now. Look at the volume now. Boy, BBW the same. Man, oh man. It's almost like this is a Reddit stock also. And just like that, GME also. Yep, GME and AMC looking exactly the same in terms of that 15-minute candle. This is what I'm talking about. So we have a pop here in the 15. We have a pop here in the 15 for both of them. I think the rest of them have kind of gone by the wayside. I don't think cost has really done very much. Wow, thou shalt not chase. Yeah, I mean, it could. It definitely has not traded like the others today, MVIS. I mean, it's actually negative, so. But if you took it, good luck. Boy, BBW. So this is a classic earnings play. What will it do tomorrow? So let's take a look. It's at a 2-year high. The next high is looking left on the monthly chart way back here in 2017. So you've got to go back over 4 years before we see these highs. Now BBW, I don't know what it is on your channel reel. Looks like it is coming in the top of a channel here, my trading view chart. That's on a 30-minute. Wow, look at AMC. Oh, it's a new high now. No, not quite. It's like 1970. I mean, does this have 20 on it now? AMC after that little pullback here. Tell me you're still not long or short this value. Bit of a spread issue. Like not terrible, but 9 cents right now with BBW. Yeah, I do know the answer to that MPS, and unfortunately the answer is no. You have to unheart them in the charts. It's kind of crazy, I do know, but you have to unheart them in the charts. I don't know why. It's some kind of a special database. So here's the issue I would have for taking a BBW short right now. I mean, it looks like there's some reasonably good support right around 1250 or so. So unless you had a really tight stop, the risk reward to me doesn't look good. I mean, it may blow right through this, but I just wish that weren't there. It's intriguing though. And that ADMA is starting to curl down a little bit. Maybe you're going to take out the 20 SMA, cross it. You're not supposed to trade out of it, Paradox. You're supposed to have diamond hands. Look at, yeah, you know what? The MVIS did work out pretty nicely for whoever took it. And there's a red bar ignored. There is a red bar ignored right there. Trend up, pause, continuation. The trigger would have been about 1484. That is not that far away. You have an expectation, you know, this is what I look at anyway. Could stall around 1535. Right around this area here. Now all bets are off, of course, if the Reddit crew gets a hold of this and just wants to explode it. If they're getting tired of GME and AMC. Okay, guys, I have this thumbnail, so this is what caught my attention. SELB, SELB. Yeah, I don't know, maybe not, because I mean, looking here, the weekly chart, the high is 1416. That's not that far away. If it can get through that, and great, you know, then you've got a shot to get to that 466 level. Now it did get up to 425 today, so it did take that out briefly. I'm just kidding, Paradox, of course. Now look at A&F, guys. Look at this one. I mean, it had a nice run on earnings, but since what time? Since 11:45, it's been basically straight down since 11:45. A&F. And look at that cross. You know, it's another thing to look at. I mean, I just can't pay enough attention, but if you look at this cross, this is the 8 EMA crossing down below the 20 SMA. That can set up a sell signal. So it would have been at 42 something, 42.23, I guess. So that's over $1 since that signal. All right, Lizzie again, guys. Lizzie again. Now they hit 642. I scalped that out very quickly, and it fell right back down. What sort of room does it have? It's a volume pop on the 2-minute, just nothing really on the 15. I mean, it could keep going, but I'd like to see something, at least on the 5. Time is it right now? 2:15. So that, see that candle, so that's it. I mean, I'd like to see something like that. That being that, not the color, but the size. The background here, I have no idea. I'm not seeing it. The background green sometimes, Siri. It's always black for me, so I don't know. Unless it means that I'm not. Let's take a trade. Let's just see. You mean like that? Probably just. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Never really thought about it. LAZ, hi guys. Let me just try something here. I want to take this trade. I just want to see. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why it's sometimes green. It's like it's just telling you you're in a position. I don't know. Take another trade. I just want to see. Are you sure it's not always green? I mean, to me, it's just telling you you're in a position. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it looks like if you're in a position, this is going to be green here. All right, I just wanted to see this. You're taking it's a shade. I mean, this seems to be pretty consistent green to me. I don't know if it turns a different shade if you're, you know, if you're making more, if the position is really up on you, or if it's fades, if it's really down. I really don't know. Never notice it. Tiger, tiger, tiger. Wow, this has been. Look at this move. I mean, great second day continuation on earnings. Oh boy, the go to probably. Well, this is where I saw it in the 1008 from the gap down in reverse right here. Lizzie, 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 guys. Wow. That's where that's in this particular window. You know, of course, I saw it in the pre-market. You know, I saw it in the pre-market and the big gap down. But if you're talking about here as a reversal, this is where I saw it. This would actually show up in the options volume today if it takes out the high up here, 1922. I mean, not happen. I'm just looking at the option volume. Of course, it's huge, 100,000, the 322%. So that makes that filter requirement, or meets those two filter requirements. Relative volume is high enough. So for it to trigger here, it would have to take out the high of the day. Yeah, I don't see Siri, I've just been watching this. I don't see a change in the shading at all. I just see this solid green color. Never really noticed it before, to be honest, but this solid green color showing me that I'm in a trade, that's all. Yeah, there it goes, 400. So yeah, I don't see it. I don't see. All I know is that if I get out of the trade, it won't. You know, it'll be a blank box. Yeah, now it's just black. So I don't I don't think it's anything more than that. Okay. I am not muted. Of course, Emily can't hear me. Really? You guys can't hear me? Probably hear me on YouTube, but you can't hear me? So I just loaded VSTM. Okay, okay, you guys can hear me on YouTube. I must have somehow lost, but the microphone is still, okay, I just want to confirm. I'm talking right now, I'm talking right now. No audio. Okay, something's gone wrong then. How about now? Interesting. So you guys can't hear me. Nothing, I don't know, I really don't know what to do. All right, one last shot, guys. Okay, how about my screen? Can you see my screen? I know you guys on YouTube can. I'm talking in the other room. All right. Okay, don't know what happened. I didn't do anything. The icon was not muted, so anyway, here I am. Lizzie, guys, I'm telling you, I mean, this one just had to have some patience on it, but you know, I mean, the news took a while to catch up. Needed that volume. Look at the volume that came in finally. Remember I was saying just needed some volume? Look at the volume that came in. I mean, this is what kind of got it started, this volume bar right here. Well, this one is even bigger. And look at this. Look at this 15-minute. This is bigger. Reminds me of GME yesterday a little bit. Remember how the GME, these are the volume bars at the end of the day. They were so much bigger than the early bars. Wow, Tiger. Boy, I wonder if it can take out that high yesterday or a few weeks ago. That'd be 4 weeks ago. 23.30. It's not that far away, but $1 away. Remember these days, up to $38. Well, so the BBW, see, didn't really drop. Continuing higher and higher. Yeah, you drive yourself crazy if you try to figure it out. Something is happening somewhere, we just don't know it. Okay? And with the CHCI as an example, I mean, I have no idea. So it had earnings on the 17th, so that shouldn't affect it, other than the fact that it had earnings in it. And then all of a sudden the volume comes in. I know, but it's a low float, for some reason, maybe some other trading room or something decided to pump it. I don't know. As you know, we don't pump stocks in here at all. I guess we could say it. I mean, usually it's better to be proactive than reactive, but proactive means, okay, guys, everybody should pile into this. What we're doing is we're reacting to a move, and if you can get the middle 2/3, that's great. Fubo, okay, you maybe look. Anybody puts monster after, yeah, he is a monster. Very good. Through the 200-day moving average now, too, 23.60. So it's $1 over that 200-day moving average. Guys, I have to put myself on mute. It's 2:34. I'll be back at about 2:45, and then I'm going to wrap it up. I've got some things going on, so right, guys, listen, I've got some, well, first of all, the LIZI, awesome. Looks like it's awesome anyway. This could keep going. The news was posted earlier, and actually, Zach, I got to ask Zach. Was there some news about LIZI? Because now I'm looking here and been seeing it does its thing. I thought Zach posted some news. It said trading higher, not seeing company specific news from the session. So I thought there was some news about this one. Okay, guys, listen, I was just going to say, I've got some technical issues going on here, and I want to make sure they're all resolved before the webinar. So I'm going to bow out now, okay? So it's shut down about 15 minutes early, if that's okay. So thanks a lot for all the help. Very interesting day, of course, especially early on with the GME and the AMC. I'm just going to get my script here. All right, guys. So yeah, thanks a lot for all the help. I'm going to open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern time. So have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.